I live about a mile from Manassas National Battlefield Park, in one of those neighborhoods tucked up against the tree line where the mowed lawns give way to tall brush and the old stone fences that just stop, like the land itself gave up trying to contain the past. The battlefield's close enough that I don't hear traffic, but sometimes I can hear cannons. Not real ones, of course, but those practice shots they fire during reenactments or when some local group is doing a historical program. It's a quiet place most of the time. Trees move in the wind. Birds call. The trails get their share of joggers and day hikers. But under it all, there's a kind of weight that doesn't lift, especially in the wooded parts. Not something you can put your finger on, more like a pressure that makes the air feel heavier once you step off the pavement and into the leaves. I've got a cat named Leo. He's just over 5 years old now, gray and white with wide green eyes and a habit of yowling if I go more than a day without taking him out. I know it sounds strange, walking a cat, but he took to the harness young, and now the moment he hears me open the hall closet where I keep the gear, he's at my ankles, meowing like crazy. He loves the woods, loves the smells, the bugs, the way bark feels under his paws. We used to go out every few days when we lived near Shenandoah, up on Skyline Drive, but since moving to this side of Virginia, I hadn't taken him into Manassas yet. Just hadn't gotten around to it, I guess. A couple of weeks ago, it was finally a good day for it. Not too hot, not humid, no thunderstorms in the forecast. Leo had been pestering me all morning, and around 2 in the afternoon, I gave in. Loaded him in his carrier, filled a bottle with water, and drove the short hop over to the trailhead near Stewart's Hill. I figured we'd start in the woods, then loop through the open meadow and maybe rest at one of the benches near Marker. It was a Tuesday, I think, and the lot wasn't too crowded. Maybe 2 or 3 cars there. A pair of older men were standing beside a black SUV, chatting and pointing off toward the tree line like they were planning a walk. Leo's never been a fan of people, not since he was a kitten, so I kept him in his carrier until I was sure we were out of earshot. I parked in the shade, unbuckled him, and held the carrier tight against my chest as we walked across the lot. The 2 guys turned and gave a polite nod, nothing more, but Leo was already pressing his head against the inside of the crate like he wanted to vanish into the plastic. Once we reached the tree line, I stepped off the path and set the carrier down just past the first trail marker. It was one of those brown metal signs with the park logo and a little arrow pointing into the woods. The trail itself was narrow but well-packed, covered in dry leaves and pine needles. You could see 20 or 30 yards ahead before the trees began to tangle into themselves. Sunlight slanted in through the canopy in that soft, dusty way it does in mid-afternoon, making the air feel almost golden. It looked like the kind of place he'd normally love. I opened the carrier door. Leo stepped out slow, paws light on the earth, stretching each leg carefully like he always does after a car ride. I clipped the leash to his harness and waited, letting him set the pace like I always do. Normally, the second his feet hit the ground, he's off, nose to the dirt, tail up, investigating every inch. But not this time. He froze, just stood there at the base of a big tulip poplar, eyes wide, body low, tail twitching in sharp little jerks. He looked up at me once, then turned back toward the woods ahead. I followed his gaze, thinking maybe it was a deer or a squirrel. But there was nothing. Not a branch moved. Not a shadow shifted. I waited. Leo took one step forward, then another. Then he stopped again. His ears flattened. His pupils blew wide, black swallowing green. His body arched in a slow, hesitant way, and I felt the leash tighten as he backed up, pulling against the line. He turned and pushed his shoulders hard against the harness, the way he does when he's trying to wiggle out. That was unusual. He's never done that before. Not even around dogs or thunder or the time a bear wandered near our camp in West Virginia. He always trusts me to get us out of things. But this time, it felt like he didn't even want to trust the leash. Like something about the place was just wrong. I crouched next to him, tried to soothe him with a hand to his shoulder, but he was already backing down the trail toward the parking lot. He didn't look around or sniff or pause. Just this single-minded retreat like his only thought was out. Something wasn't right. I've worked around enough forest to trust that feeling, so I didn't push it. I scooped him up, leash still on, and turned back the way we came. The two guys from before were gone. Their SUV was still there, but they must have headed out ahead of us. Back at the trailhead, I stood for a second, Leo tense in my arms, heart thudding against my chest. He wasn't shaking or meowing, just staring, locked on the trees like he expected them to move. His eyes flicked from shadow to shadow, and I could feel his claws twitching inside his paws. I figured maybe it was that part of the woods. Maybe it smelled like something he didn't like, old blood, fox urine, maybe even the aftermath of a coyote hunt. Who knows what kind of smells linger in a place where thousands of people bled out on the ground a century and a half ago. So I shifted him in my arms and walked across the lot to the other side, where a meadow trail split off. It was more open there, less cover, fewer shadows, just waving grass and scattered oaks. You could see for a good stretch in all directions. I thought maybe he'd do better there. I set him down at the start of the path. He didn't run. He didn't crouch. He didn't do anything but look up at me like I was crazy. Still, he followed me for maybe 10, 15 yards. It was slow going. His head kept jerking to one side, then the other like he heard something I couldn't. The leash would tighten, then go slack, then tighten again. Then like before, he stopped, dead still, then turned around and ran. Not trotted, not crept, but full out ran, back toward the car. I had to jog to keep up, leash straining, him dragging me in this frantic, silent bolt for safety. By the time we got back, he was already trying to climb into his carrier. I stood there for a long moment, looking back at the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. But the whole place felt off, like we'd walked into someone's house without knocking. I put Leo in the car, gave him some water, and leaned against the driver's side door, just watching the trailhead. There was no noise, no birds, no bugs, no leaves rustling, just stillness. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Not in a superstitious way. No ghosts, no haunted ideas, but something more primal. Animal level. That sense that you're not welcome in a space. Not because of who you are, but because the space itself rejects your presence. Leo avoided the windows the next day. Usually, he'll sit on the sill and watch squirrels or birds. But he didn't. Just curled up under the bed and stayed there most of the morning. When I took the trash out and passed the edge of the trees near the property line, I swear the air smelled different. Not rotten, just thick, like wet metal and hot stone. I haven't taken him back since. And I haven't gone hiking there on my own either. I've spent a lot of years in forests, Appalachia, the Pacific Northwest, the Sierra Nevada. I've camped solo, tracked bear scat, dug latrines in the rain. But I've never had a place reject me like that. Not openly. Not without a sound or a movement. Just presence. Whatever was in those woods that day, I don't think it wanted us there. Not because it meant harm, but because it was full. Like a house with no room for one more guest. You wouldn't walk into someone's living room and plant yourself on their couch uninvited. In that part of Manassas, those trees, those meadows, they felt the same. Like a place that remembers. And some memories don't like to be disturbed. Now when Leo wants to go for walks, we stay in our neighborhood. There's a trail by the creek near the community garden. He's happy there. No signs, no markers, no history weighing down the leaves. And me, I don't need to see a ghost to know when it's time to leave a place alone. Some land just asked for silence. And I listen. It was 21 years ago, just a week or so after our wedding. We didn't have much money for a big honeymoon. Barely had enough for the gas and groceries we'd need. But we had a good tent, 2 folding chairs, and what we figured was a solid plan to celebrate the first few days of married life somewhere quiet. Sewanee River State Park in northern Florida seemed like the right spot. Remote enough to feel like we were getting away, but still had a campground, some hiking trails, and a river we could walk along. We wanted to keep things simple. It was late in the season, early fall, almost October, and the air was finally cooling down a bit. We rolled into the park with that weird blend of excitement and exhaustion that comes from travel. My car at the time was a dull green Buick Century that I'd gotten from my grandfather. It had a sag in the back end and a trunk deeper than it looked. We'd packed it full: tent, sleeping bags, cooler, stove, clothes, food, even a pair of bowl cutters we kept tucked into the wheel well in case we ever lost a key to a trailer hitch or something. It was one of those things I just tossed in years back and forgotten about. We didn't expect much from the check-in process. There was an office just off the road near the front gate, a small square building with a wooden porch and 2 rocking chairs on it that didn't look like they got much use. A rust-colored park truck sat off to the side, facing the trees. When we walked up, the place was quiet except for the steady buzz of cicadas and something moving around in the pines behind the building. The man inside had a uniform on. The green shirt had a patch on the arm that said Florida Parks, and the name tag said Jerry. He looked like he was in his 50s, lean but wiry, face like dried bark and sun-reddened. I don't remember if he smiled, but I remember that he stared just a little too long when we told him it was our honeymoon. I also remember the way his eyes flicked to the back seat of our car when we gave him our reservation number, like he was looking for something. A second later, he asked if we had a dog. We said no. He asked if we brought any weapons or protection. I thought he meant from wildlife, bears, maybe, but he didn't say it like that. Just protection, like a general catch-all. Then he said they locked the front gate at night. We kind of laughed it off. I said something about how we weren't going anywhere anyway, and he nodded without blinking. The last thing he told us was that there wouldn't be any rangers doing patrols until morning. He said it like a warning, not like information. We drove through the gate and followed the narrow road deeper into the park. Spanish moss hung low from the trees and dragged the edges of our windshield. The place felt almost empty, like it had been closed up for the season, even though the sign at the front said it was still open through October. We passed the canoe launch, a trailhead marker, and then a clearing where the campground loop opened up. There were maybe 12 sites spread out with some tall pines and brush in between. Ours was number 9. It was toward the back of the loop and had a metal fire ring, a small post with the number painted on it, and a flat, sand-packed clearing under the trees. We parked and sat in the car for a minute, listening. Not a single other camper was around. No tents, no voices, no signs of movement or lights. Just the constant sound of the woods, branches clicking, some rustling deeper in, maybe a squirrel or an armadillo. We got out, set up the tent, and unfolded the chairs. My wife got the food out while I tried to get the fire going. The wind kept picking up and dying off again, just enough to knock over things like the paper towels or the plastic cups we brought. I remember the way the sun dropped hard past the trees, and suddenly everything was gray-blue and hushed. The sky above was thick with clouds, no stars. The kind of darkness that wraps around you fast. Dinner didn't work out. The wind kept shifting on me, and the little stove wouldn't stay lit. The fire kept going out, and by the time we managed to warm up the beans and the sausages, everything smelled like smoke and half-burned plastic. It felt more frustrating than it should have. Just a bad evening with nothing going right, and I figured we'd just laugh about it later. We were sitting by the fire, trying to get it to catch again, when I got the sense that something was behind me. Not close, but just off to the left, maybe back near the brush line at the edge of the site. I turned fast, half expecting it to be a deer or a possum, but it wasn't either. It was the ranger, the guy who checked us in. He was standing behind a tree, not directly behind it, off to the side just enough that we could see him, but not moving, not talking, not doing anything. He was just standing there like he didn't think we'd noticed him. His hands were down by his sides, and he had one foot braced against the trunk like he'd been there for a while. The tree was probably 20 feet away, not close enough to be right on us, but way too close for someone just out walking. He didn't have a flashlight, no walkie, nothing in his hands. I called out to him, just aloud, hey, more out of instinct than anything. He didn't answer. He shifted his weight and walked out into the open for a few steps, then turned and walked down the loop road like he was just stretching his legs or something. But he never waved, never said anything. Just walked like he hadn't been standing behind that tree. 10 minutes later, maybe less, I looked up again, this time to the other side of the campsite. And there he was. Again, on the opposite side of the clearing now, same distance back, standing just barely behind a tree, angled so he could see us, but maybe thought we couldn't see him. It was like he was circling us, watching from different points. He hadn't come back the same way. He must have moved through the woods or the brush. No sound, no flashlight, no sign of anything until he was just there again, quietly watching. This time I didn't call out. I just grabbed my wife's arm, and we both turned to face him. He stood still for a second, then slowly walked back into the trees again. No noise, no rush, just stepped backward like he was disappearing into the dark. That was enough for us. We tore the tent down in 5 minutes flat, threw the sleeping bags into the back seat, jammed the chairs in, slammed the trunk shut without caring if it was latched right. The fire was still glowing, but we didn't care. We just wanted to leave. The road out was a single loop that came back around to the front gate, and I remember how quiet the campground felt as we passed through the empty sites. Every tree looked like it could be hiding someone. When we got to the front gate, it was locked. Big steel chain looped through the gate bars and a padlock the size of a tennis ball. There was no getting out without either waking up someone to unlock it or breaking it ourselves. There was no ranger station light on, no sign of the truck, no movement at all in the office. Just the black windows reflecting our headlights. That's when my wife reminded me about the bolt cutters. We'd stashed them in the trunk years back, maybe for something related to work. I don't remember now, but they were still under the carpet with the jack. I pulled them out, walked up to the gate, and snipped the lock. It wasn't even hard. The chain slid off the bars, and we swung the gate open wide enough to drive through. We didn't say a word until we were 5 miles down the road, headed toward I-10. When we pulled into a gas station half an hour later, we were still shaking. The adrenaline had covered us up like a second skin, and only then did it start to let go. We never called anyone about it, never filed a complaint or asked if that man really was a ranger. Maybe we didn't want to know. Maybe we were embarrassed that we didn't leave sooner. It was our honeymoon. We thought we were being bold, adventurous, but we were stupid. We were lucky too. We've camped 100 times since then, all over the country. We've seen mountain lions, grizzlies, even a black bear pawing through our cooler once. But nothing, not animals, not storms, not nights spent alone miles from the nearest person, has ever shaken me like that first night at Sewanee. Not because of what happened, but because of what could have. Because he wasn't lost. He wasn't wandering. He wasn't checking on anything. He was waiting, and we left just in time. I spent most of my life up near McLeod, California. That stretch of land tucked between Mount Shasta and the timberland slopes of Squaw Valley always felt like home to me, even when it was quiet in the wrong kind of way. I'd hunted there, hiked, tracked, cleaned up litter, mapped forest health plots, and even slept on bare ground more times than I could count. It's the kind of place that gets into your bones. You can feel the trees watching you, but not in a way that makes you run, more like they're just paying attention. It was a few years back when I went camping near there with my ex. We decided to spend a weekend off-grid, just the two of us, a couple of sleeping bags in the back of the Subaru, no cell service, and nothing but fir needles and dry air. I knew the spot well. It wasn't marked, not really. You had to drive in off a narrow shoulder down Squaw Valley Road, past where most folks even think to explore. The tree cover gets thick there, dense enough that mid-afternoon light still feels like dusk. The slope dips a little too quickly for comfort on the south side, then levels out again into a pocket clearing surrounded by overgrowth and older pines. That's where we parked. I'd camped there a few times before and never seen a soul. We got there late afternoon, mid-September, cool enough that you noticed it when the sun started going down, but not so cold you needed anything more than a fleece at night. We ate sandwiches in the car, cracked the windows just a bit, and listened to the quiet. It was that heavy silence, the kind that feels like it's pressing down on everything. Not even bird chatter. I remember thinking how strange that was. Usually that area has flickers or jays throwing a racket in the underbrush. But that night, nothing. The tree line to the east was unusually still. There wasn't any wind, and no rustling except for the occasional drip of sap or the twitch of pine needles settling. I walked around a bit before bed, just stretching my legs, checking for scat or tracks. I did find one thing that gave me pause: an old campfire pit with a few melted aluminum cans and a chunk of black plastic, like someone had tossed a gallon jug into the flames. That in itself wasn't strange, but the fire ring was no more than 50 feet from our car, tucked behind a line of manzanita where you wouldn't see it unless you were looking. Nearby, I found the edge of a ragged blue tarp, half buried under dirt and leaves. Nothing else around it, like someone had been squatting there for a night or two, then left in a hurry. I kicked at it, but nothing moved underneath, and I didn't dig it up. I figured maybe someone had hiked in from another trail and just didn't clean up. Back at the car, we pulled the seats down and stretched out in the back. I always sleep well in the woods, but that night, something felt just a little off. Not fear exactly, more like a kind of tension in my chest. Like I was being watched, but not stalked. Like something was evaluating us. I must have fallen asleep sometime around 10. No fire, no lanterns, just the darkness of the car and the trees breathing around us. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, maybe 5 or 5:30, I had a dream. But it wasn't like any dream I'd ever had before. It felt real, start to finish. Real in the way cold water feels when you first step into a creek. Real in the way the car seat feels under you. There was no distortion, no strange logic or shifting perspectives. Everything was just as it had been when I fell asleep. In the dream, I was lying in the back of the Subaru, same as in real life, except I was awake, or thought I was. The dawn light was just barely starting to creep into the trees, that blue-gray tint before sunrise. The windows had fogged up a little from our breath, and I remember the outline of the pine branches swaying slightly. That's when I noticed the figures. There were 8 of them standing around the car in a loose ring, all of them wearing long black hoods that fell almost to their waists. No faces, no movement. They didn't shuffle or sway. They just stood there, still and silent like posts. I felt this weight in my chest, not terror exactly, but the kind of pressure you feel when you know you shouldn't make sound. I was hyper-aware of how powerful they seemed, even though they didn't move. Not threatening, but clearly capable. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to blink too hard. Then one of them stepped forward quietly, like it had always been, just behind the rear of the car, and placed both of its hands flat against the rear window. The hands were gloved or covered in the same black material. No rings, no markings, just smooth black. The figure leaned in, not like it was trying to peer inside, more like it was letting me know that it saw me, that it had always seen me. That's when I woke up. But here's the thing, I didn't sit bolt upright or gasp. I just blinked and realized I was awake. And everything looked the exact same as it had in the dream. The light, the color of the trees, the condensation on the glass. I stared at the back window for a long time, expecting to see handprints, expecting to see movement. But there was nothing. My ex stirred and sat up behind me. Didn't say anything. Just looked around like she was trying to shake something off. We sat in silence for a while. Then she said, "Did you dream something weird?" She didn't go into detail at first. Neither did I. We both kind of slowly pieced it together, reluctantly. Same dream. Same number of figures. Same setting. Same movement. She described the hands before I even mentioned them. It wasn't one of those cases where one person leads the other. It was identical, down to the color of the sky, outside the car, and the way the hooded figure moved. I've never experienced anything like that before or since. We got out of the car to stretch. Still didn't talk much. The woods were still dead silent. No birds. No wind. The temperature hadn't changed much. That same strange stillness hung in the air, like the trees were holding their breath. While walking the perimeter, we found something new we hadn't noticed the night before. About 15 feet off the trailhead, someone had dumped a pile of used syringes under a cluster of rocks. The caps were still on a few, but most were just bare needles. Not fresh, but not weathered either. I counted maybe 12 or 13. That spot isn't known, not really. Locals know about it, but it's not on any hiking app, and you'd have to know exactly where to pull off or you'd miss it entirely, which made it even weirder. There was no reason for someone to haul up there, to shoot up and leave it. It wasn't a place people stumbled across. The rest of that morning passed in a sort of haze. We didn't talk about the dream again. We packed up and drove back out toward McLeod, stopping only once to check out a collapsed culvert near the edge of the road. On the way home, we passed a burned-out patch of forest that I hadn't seen before. It looked like a controlled burn had gone wrong. Scorched tree trunks, dead earth, ash still layered thick in some places. But there was no sign, no marker, nothing in the regional fire reports afterward. Back home, I started looking into it. Not obsessively, but enough to fall into a few old internet holes about watchers, protectors, guardians of the forest. Some accounts mirrored ours. people camping in remote places and waking up with a vivid, identical dream. No physical evidence, no follow-up sightings, just a warning or what felt like one. Most described the figures the same way. Silent, black-hooded, unmoving. Not violent, not cruel, but not passive either. Like they were the line between people and the woods, and if you saw them, it meant something. The only thing I could come up with that made any kind of sense, if you want to call it that, was that whatever those things were, they were watching the place. Not people, the place itself. And maybe they show up when people do things they shouldn't. The needles, the burnt trash, the hidden tarp. That spot used to feel clean, sacred even, but something had shifted. It felt violated in some way, like someone had taken something from it without giving anything back. Like the forest called them in to keep watch, to warn, to mark that something was wrong. I've been back since. Not to that exact spot, but nearby. Never saw anything like that again. The forest feels different now, though. Not dangerous, just aware. Like I carry something with me that it recognizes. I still clean up campsites, haul out other people's trash, bury fire pits properly. But I don't camp in that spot anymore. I don't even hike through it. Not because I'm scared, just because it's not mine anymore. That place has its own rules, and I think we got close to breaking one. I don't know if the forest sent those watchers, or if they were always there and we just happened to see them. Maybe they didn't mean harm. Maybe they were just letting us know. Not here. Not like this. Whatever the case, I listened. I still do. Because out there, if you're paying attention, the land will always speak first. You just have to be quiet enough to hear it. It was mid-November when my buddy and I decided to get out into the woods for a few days. We'd both been burnt out. He works a welding job, long hours, hard labor, and I just wrapped up the end of a long season doing land surveys and some light timber work for private clients in central Pennsylvania. Hunting season hadn't started up in full yet, and I had one property in particular, about 100 acres of thick second-growth hardwoods, old logging roads, and no human activity for miles in any direction. Closest neighbor I know of is about 10 miles to the east, and even they're barely there half the year. No cell service out there, obviously. Once you pull off the old forestry road, it's another 2 miles of rutted-out dirt and leaf-covered rock until you even get close to a clearing. The land dips and rolls through ridgelines, gullies, a few small streams, and too many brambles to count. In summer, the bugs will eat you alive. But in fall, especially November when the leaves are mostly down and the nights drop into the 30s, it's just quiet, eerily quiet sometimes. We had packed light, primitive camping, the way we always talked about doing, but never quite got around to. No RVs, no campgrounds, no lantern poles or picnic tables. Just a tent, 2 sleeping bags, a hatchet, a shovel, a little propane burner, and enough canned chili and jerky to last a few days. I also brought my .45, not for show, just habit. Black bears are rare out there, but not impossible, and you don't take chances that far from help. My buddy had a 12-gauge pump loaded with slugs that he left leaning up against the nearest tree once we pitched camp. We set up in a natural clearing that had once been a log landing. I remembered helping to cut some of the timber on the western slope of that parcel a few years back, and the machinery had flattened to spot perfect for camping. A little uphill for drainage, no widowmakers above, and far enough in the creek not to worry about runoff or damp air sinking in too bad. We put the tent facing east just in case the sun decided to show itself in the morning. Not that it helped. Clouds had rolled in not long after we arrived, thick and gray, hanging low over the bare treetops like wet wool. The first night, we had a little fire going. Nothing huge, just enough to warm our hands and roast a couple of marshmallows. We sat for a while, half talking, half listening to the sounds of the woods. Every so often, the wind would move through and rustle the leaves on the ground in little skittering waves, like something crawling just out of sight. You could hear acorns dropping, echoing like footsteps from far off. Occasionally, a branch would creak and snap as it settled. Nothing unusual, just the woods doing what the woods do. Around 10, the wind picked up, cold and steady, and we decided to call it for the night. My buddy crawled into his sleeping bag almost immediately and was out like a light. I wasn't as lucky. Something about the cold, or maybe the silence, made it hard to relax. The tent flapped a bit with each gust, and every now and then, I'd hear what sounded like movement in the brush just beyond the fire ring. Probably squirrels or raccoons. I told myself that over and over. I lay there listening to my friend breathe deep and slow, wishing I could do the same. The wind had a rhythm to it, steady for a few seconds, then a pause. Steady pause. But every so often, it felt like the wind wasn't alone, like something was riding it. Then came the scream. It cut through the forest like a razor. High-pitched, wild, too long for a human scream, but too close to ignore. My stomach clenched and my skin went cold. It came from maybe 20, 30 feet to the north of the tent, uphill behind a cluster of thick pines and mountain laurel. It didn't echo like a coyote or yip like a fox. This was a single, sharp wail. It sounded like a woman, full voice, screaming from deep in the chest. Only I knew better. Not that I knew right away, but there was no way a person was out there. Not in that cold, in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest road. Not without lights. And certainly not without making more noise than just that one god-awful scream. I'd heard stories about bobcats sounding like screaming women. I'd even heard recordings. But it's one thing to hear that on YouTube with the volume turned down. It's another to have it tear open the air in real life, right outside your tent when you're alone in the dark. My first instinct was to wake my buddy. I reached over and nudged his shoulder, then nudged harder. He didn't even flinch. Out cold. Maybe he'd taken something to help him sleep. Or maybe he was just the kind of guy who could sleep through a freight train hitting the tent. I tried again. Nothing. I sat there, heart thudding, gripping the .45 that I kept tucked by my side under the edge of the sleeping bag. I kept telling myself it was a bobcat, just a bobcat. But then, less than a minute later, I heard movement. Heavy steps, not crashing, but definitely not careful. Whatever it was, it came from the same direction as the scream and moved fast, maybe just 10 or 15 feet off. Then there was a crack, like a branch breaking, and something big smacked the side of the tent. Not hard enough to collapse it, just enough to feel the force and hear the branch tumble and roll down the slope past us. I didn't move. I just sat up, breathing slow, gun in hand, waiting for whatever came next. But nothing did. The wind died down for a while after that, and the forest went dead quiet. That's what unnerved me more than anything. Even the owls shut up. No leaves moving, no distant snaps, just stillness, like the woods were holding their breath. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I lay there, ears straining, eyes open in the dark, gripping that gun until my fingers went numb. I watched the silhouette of my friend's breath rise and fall, and kept waiting for another sound. But the scream didn't come back. Whatever passed the tent didn't return. When the sun finally started to show itself, just a dull gray through the clouds, I crawled out of the tent stiff and tired, muscles aching from tension. The ground around us was damp from dew. I walked the perimeter, slow and careful, checking the tree line. I found a broken branch that had hit the tent. Fresh crack, sap still glistening, snapped clean through about 5 feet long. Looked like it had been kicked or hit by something running past. But there were no clear tracks, just disturbed leaves pressed down like something heavy had moved fast through them. Could have been a deer, I guess. But they don't scream like that. My buddy woke up eventually, groggy and clueless, stretching like he'd had the best sleep of his life. I didn't say anything about what happened. Not right away. I figured maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe I imagined part of it. But even as I told myself that, I knew I hadn't. That night, we built the fire bigger. I kept the gun closer. I didn't sleep much again, but nothing happened. No screams, no footsteps, just cold wind and the occasional gust knocking leaves around. We stayed one more night after that, but my nerves were fried. I didn't admit it until we were packing up, but I was ready to go. Back at home, I listened to bobcat screams online again. It was close, real close, but still not quite the same. There was something different about the sound I'd heard. Maybe it was just the setting. Alone, in the dark, knowing there's no one for miles. Your brain fills in gaps with things you don't want to think about. Weeks passed, and I tried to write it off. But something stuck with me. The scream, sure, but also the silence after. I'd spent years in those woods. knew them better than any place I'd ever been. And for the first time, they felt like they weren't mine. Like something else lived out there, just on the edge of knowing. It's not that I believe in anything supernatural. I don't. But I do believe that sometimes things happen out there that we don't explain easily. Not because they're magical or impossible, just because we weren't meant to be part of them. The forest has its own rules, its own stories, and we're just visitors. I've been back to that property since plenty of times. I've camped again. I've walked those woods in daylight and in the dark. But I've never camped in that exact clearing again. Never set a tent up facing east. Never laid awake listening to the wind, hoping it doesn't bring something with it. And every time I hear a scream in the woods now, even when I know what it is, I mean really know, it still turns my stomach. Because that night in November reminded me that even when you know the woods, even when you own the land, you're still just borrowing space from whatever else calls it home. And sometimes they want you to remember that. I wasn't working that day. I was off shift, and it had been one of those gray, late autumn afternoons where the sun never really comes out. The kind where everything feels a bit damp, even if it hasn't rained. The clouds had hung low over Shropshire all day, heavy and dull, and the wind had just started to pick up around dusk. I'd gone to meet two mates I'd known since school, Jack and Cal, just for a walk and maybe a pint later. Nothing serious, just to catch up, a bit of fresh air. We'd been walking these paths since we were teenagers, messing about in the woods, thinking we were invincible. So when they suggested we take the long way through that small wooded patch behind the housing estate, I didn't think anything of it. The woods weren't part of a park or forest service, just leftover land really. One of those overgrown spots developers never bothered with, too tight and scraggly for houses, too small to matter. You could get into it from a narrow alley that ran behind a few homes, and once inside, the path was made of old, broken-up stone. Sharp bits of gravel crunched underfoot, and there were patches where the dirt had worn down into soft mud. The odd street lamps stood along the route, but they were spaced out too far to give any real comfort. The kind of lamps that buzz quietly and give off that cold orange glow that makes everything look flat and tired. It was about 5 in the evening and already nearly dark. The sun had dipped behind the hills, and the light had gone that kind of purple-blue shade you get just before proper night sets in. We walked side by side for a bit, our boots cracking on the stone path. Leaves rustled faintly in the trees around us. Most of them had fallen already, carpeting the sides of the path in a soggy, ankle-deep mess. Every now and then, a wind gust would come through and shift a few piles around, making a soft brushing sound that almost sounded like movement if you weren't paying attention. We were about 2 or 3 minutes into the woods when I started to feel weird. Not scared exactly, just on edge. The kind of edge where your ears prick up and you start trying to hear past the wind. I slowed down a bit, thinking I might have heard something behind us. Not clearly, just a sort of heavier crunch, like someone bigger was walking behind us, but trying not to be noticed. I glanced at Cal, who was on my left, and the look on his face told me he'd heard it too. His brow furrowed slightly, and he turned his head the way I was about to. That's when we saw it. It wasn't far behind us, maybe 10 feet. Not quite close enough to reach us in a step, but close enough that it had obviously been walking right behind us for a while, without us noticing. It stood dead still now, right in the middle of the path where the lamplight didn't quite reach. It was tall, too tall, at least 7 feet, maybe more. It wasn't human, that was clear. The thing was shaped wrong. Its shoulders were wide, absurdly wide, and it looked thick across the chest, like it was built for power. Its whole body looked black, not just in the way clothes look black in the dark, but deeper somehow, like it absorbed the light around it. And then the eyes, 2 dots of red, not glowing like a film or something, not floating, but catching just enough of the dim light that they shone in that animal way. Predator's eyes. My mouth went dry in a second. I remember the air felt colder all of a sudden, or maybe it was just the adrenaline kicking in. We didn't stop to think. The 3 of us bolted. I don't remember what order we ran in, just that the next few minutes were filled with the sound of feet slamming the path, gravel scattering behind us, and the hard pumping of blood in my ears. I don't know if it chased us. I never looked back. I didn't want to know if it was behind us. I just ran. That path winds a little, cutting around a slight rise before it joins the back end of a housing estate. It's maybe a 5-minute walk normally. We did it in what felt like one long sprint. My lungs were burning by the time we stumbled up the slope and onto the first stretch of pavement. We didn't stop running until we got to Jack's house. We burst in through the garden gate and collapsed in the backyard, hearts hammering and legs shaking. I sat on the cold stone patio for ages, head down, try to catch my breath. None of us said anything for a long while. That night, I went home and sat in my room for hours. I didn't tell my parents. Didn't know what to say. I just sat there, trying to make sense of it. Was a person? Some big guy in a weird outfit? A poacher? Someone messing about in a costume? It didn't feel like that, though. It hadn't moved like a person. It didn't have that clumsy shuffle a man in gear might have. It had stood perfectly still. Too still. And those shoulders. No one is built like that. Not without armor or padding. And there hadn't been any sound before that one crunch. Like it had crept up on us, step by step. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those red eyes again. That shape standing there in the dark. So still, so quiet. In the morning, I told myself it had to have been a person. Someone messing around. But I didn't go back there. Not for weeks. When I finally did, I walked the path alone during the day. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched. Every time the wind moved the trees, I flinched. I kept checking behind me, expecting to see that shape again, standing in the shadows, waiting. I started asking around quietly. I knew a few folks who walked their dogs through there, older blokes mostly. One of them, Dave, told me his dog refused to go down the alley anymore. Just dug its heels in one night and whined until he turned back. Another woman said she used to walk the path home from work, but started avoiding it. She said she didn't feel safe anymore, though she never saw anything. Just that it didn't feel right. That stuck with me. A few weeks later, I heard something from a friend who worked for a council maintenance crew. They'd been sent in to check a down lamppost near that footpath. Said someone had smashed it clean over. Looked like it had been hit by a car, but there was no sign of tire marks or a crash. The concrete base was cracked clean through, just lying on its side like it had been pushed over by something huge. I asked if they'd reported it, and he just shrugged. Said they filled out the paperwork and moved on. Probably some drunks, he guessed. But I remembered how it had stood just outside the lamp's reach. I tried to forget about it after that. Told myself I was making something out of nothing. That we'd imagined it, or it was someone in a costume, or we got spooked by shadows and wind. But that never sat right. I've worked around wildlife for years now. I know what's in the UK countryside. Badgers, foxes, deer. Nothing fits. Nothing moves like that. Nothing looks like that. Every time I think about it, I go back to the eyes. Not floating. Not glowing in the air. Just catching the light enough to show they were there. Staring. Focused. A predator's stare. I never went back there at night. Not once. Even now, years later, I won't walk that path unless it's full daylight. Even then, I feel it. That weight in the air. That edge that tells you something's watching. Something waiting. I don't know what we saw that night, but I know it was real. It wasn't a story. It wasn't a ghost or some old folk tale. It was flesh and blood. And it was there, just out of reach, in the dark between the street lamps, walking behind us on the stones. Silent until it wanted us to hear. We were lucky, I think. Lucky we heard it when we did. Lucky we ran. Some places just aren't meant to be walked at night. That bit of woodland in Shropshire, it might not be a forest or a park or anything official, but it's got something in it. Something tall. Something silent. And it's still there. I believe that. I always will. I was working a seasonal ranger detail in Northern California, somewhere just outside the main stretch of Sebastopol. It was one of those early spring mornings that still smelled like winter. Cold air holding onto the last dampness from rain the week before. The pine needles underfoot were still soft, not dried out to a crunch yet. This was one of those regional preserves that people barely talk about even though it's technically public land. Big dark rocks, clusters of ancient trees, some fallen over, others looking like they should have fallen decades ago. Not many amenities out there. Just wide land, lots of deadfall, thick pine duff, and that hum in the air that only comes with real forests, like something big is always watching, but from a polite distance. I was off the main trail that day, technically on my own time. I had parked my rig just beyond the south boundary where the service road meets that long rusted gate. I'd gone out looking for mushrooms. Not to eat. I wasn't confident enough to risk picking anything besides chanterelles and morels, but I liked identifying them, taking photos, cataloging what popped up after a rain, just something to pass the time and stay in tune with the ground. Plus, sometimes you could catch sight of strange things that way. Animal tracks, nesting signs, disturbed brush. You see things differently when your head's down. I had my camera, my notebook, a small pack with water, and I was moving slow. There was no hurry. The forest was still damp from the storm and littered with long ropes of moss hanging from the fir branches. The redwoods and Douglas firs back there grew tight together in certain parts, creating thick shaded tunnels that felt hours away from town, even though the whole stretch probably wasn't more than a few miles from any given neighborhood. That's the kind of quiet it had. The section I was in had these big black rocks, volcanic. I think like someone just dumped a ton of boulders there and walked away. They weren't smooth. They were jagged, dark, and pitted like old bone. Some stood 10, 12 feet tall, with deep shaded spots underneath. The pine needles had built up into soft piles around them, catching runoff from the slope. There weren't many mushrooms yet, just a few caps pushing through the mulch. I knelt to get a closer look at one pushing out between the roots of sugar pine, noting the cap texture, brushing away a layer of loose needles. That's when I came to this odd tree. I don't know what caught my attention first, the shape of the trunk or the fact that I had to step around it to get through. It was wide, maybe 5 feet across, but what was weird was how the base forked out like spread legs. It leaned slightly and the branches started low, lower than usual for trees in that area. I stepped around it, keeping my head down because the ground was rough, covered in broken sticks, and little holes where something had been digging. That's when something caught my eye up in the tree. It was movement, fast and rhythmic, just above me and slightly to the right. I looked up, instinctively flinching back a little, and what I saw made my chest go cold. There was something up in the branches, right on the edge of a big, horizontal limb. It had 2 legs, long, narrow, but muscular in a way that reminded me of a baboon or some jungle animal. The skin or fur, I don't know what to call it, was a flat dark brown or black. It didn't shine. It was all one shade like soot. And it was running. It was running in place. I mean that literally it was pumping its knees high and fast like it was sprinting, but it wasn't moving forward. It wasn't gaining any distance. It was just running in one spot, and not on the trunk or on solid ground. It was perched on the very end of a limb, maybe 20 feet off the ground, and the branch wasn't even shaking. Its arms were up, long, weirdly proportioned, bent at the elbows like it was charging forward. But it wasn't going anywhere. The movement was intense, like someone doing sprints in a tiny hallway. It wasn't slow or floating. It looked physical, violent, like it took energy. I couldn't move for a second. I kept staring, trying to make sense of it. The longer I looked, the less it seemed like an animal. At first I thought maybe it was a monkey, somehow escaped, some exotic pet or zoo animal. But it had no tail. It had no fur texture I could make out. And the legs didn't land on the branch. They ran above it. Not in the air, not levitating, just above, like there was some invisible floor beneath its feet. The branch didn't bow under its weight. Nothing bent or swayed. I glanced down again because I didn't want to trip. I was standing on a bed of loose pine needles, and the rocks nearby could snap an ankle easy if I stepped wrong. As I looked down, things were falling from the branches, little pieces of bark, twigs, dry moss. I assumed at first they were dislodged from its movement, but nothing around it was shaking. Nothing was moving except the thing itself. I looked back up. It had stopped. There was no fade, no slowing down. One moment it was sprinting in place, and the next it was still. Arms still raised. Legs still bent mid-motion. Like someone hit pause. Then as I blinked, it was just gone. Not dropped. Not jumped. Just wasn't there anymore. I froze longer than I should have. I didn't know what the hell I'd just seen. My first stupid thought was that it was a person, someone about to jump from the tree. But no one moved like that. No one ran on air. No one held their limbs that way. And no one vanished like that. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the limb. It was bare, nothing disturbed, nothing broken, and there were no marks on the tree to suggest a climb, no disturbed bark, no scent trail I could pick up. I circled the tree twice, scanning upward. The sun had started to break through the clouds a little, so light angled through the canopy, dusting the lower brush in gold. Nothing up there. I backed up slowly, walking in wide circles, looking from all angles. I even climbed one of the nearby boulders to get a better view of the higher branches, just in case something was still crouched or hiding. But there was nothing, just empty limbs, just wind. The thing I kept coming back to was the motion, that frantic running in place. Not a shuffle, not climbing. It was a full sprint, knees up, arms pumping. The image kept looping in my head. It was like watching a treadmill runner, except the treadmill wasn't there. My body wanted to move, but my feet wouldn't respond. It felt like the moment when you see something cross the road that shouldn't exist. The brain slows down everything else to catch up. After maybe 10 minutes of pacing and checking the area, I finally gathered myself and left. I didn't run. I just started walking fast, trying not to show my back to that tree for too long. I stayed alert the whole way out, scanning the canopy, the rocks, even the underbrush. Nothing followed. Nothing stirred. It was quiet again. Back at the truck, I sat in the cab for a long time without starting it. I didn't call it in. I didn't radio or write up anything. What would I say? I saw something sprinting in the trees, and it disappeared. Even now, I wouldn't call it paranormal. I don't think it was a ghost. But I also can't say it was just an animal. I've seen bear cubs up trees. I've seen big cats leap branch to branch. I've even seen people do dumb things in the woods for a thrill. But this wasn't any of that. Later that week, I went back to the same area. I marked the tree mentally and tried to find it again. I couldn't. That's the part that got under my skin. I know exactly where I was, just off that slope between the basalt outcrops and the burned cedar snag, but the tree wasn't there. Not the same fork base. Not the same limb. I found similar trees, sure, but not that one. Not with that same layout. I left a small marker on a nearby boulder, just in case I returned again, but part of me didn't want to. Not because I was afraid of what I'd see, but because I was afraid of what I wouldn't. Weeks passed, then months. I moved on to a different district by midsummer and never saw anything like it again. But sometimes I still dream about it. Not the running part, just the stillness after. That moment when it froze and everything else stopped with it. I dream about standing at the base of the tree, looking up and seeing nothing but sky through the branches. That blank silence, like something was waiting just out of sight. Not to harm me, not to approach, just to watch. I never told anyone officially. I only wrote about it in a side journal I kept for personal notes. I labeled it under Unidentified Observation Caution Area. That tree, whatever was on it, was real to me. Not imagined, not misidentified. It was something I saw. It moved. It existed. And then it was gone. I don't go off trail much anymore unless I have to. And I never keep my head down for long. Because the thing I learned out there on that quiet day in Sebastopol is that the forest sees everything. And sometimes, just for a second, it lets you see back. But what you find looking up into those branches might not be meant for you to understand. It might not be meant for anyone at all. And even if it's gone when you look again, that doesn't mean it left. It just means it decided to stop running. I was working a short contract with the Bureau of Land Management in southwestern Wyoming one fall a few years back. It was late September, the kind of season where the sun still burns in the afternoon, but the wind has that bite in it when you step into shade or when the light starts to go. The work wasn't complicated trail assessments, signage checks, a few habitat surveys for sage grouse in areas no one had touched in years. A lot of solo driving and poking around in empty places. That part of Wyoming is like a forgotten corner of the map. Endless high desert broken up by ragged hills, dry riverbeds, and dirt roads that go on forever before just ending in nothing. This particular area was about 20 miles from any kind of pavement. I've been out there for the better part of the day with one of our seasonal field techs, a kid who mostly handled GPS mapping and tagged along for some backcountry work. We had a pair of high-clearance rigs, Those white government pickups with peeling door decals and dust coating every inch of the body. I'd been through this region a few times, but this trip was meant to check on illegal dumping or off-road activity. Things people tend to do when they think no one's looking. You could drive for an hour out there and never see a soul. Just sagebrush, antelope, broken rock, and silence. That day, we took one of the lesser-traveled routes that wound up through a series of scrubby hills that didn't look like much on the topo map. Just dry and folded land, old volcanic stuff for what I remember. We'd started at sunrise, and by noon we were a good 15 miles in, no cell reception, and no fresh tire tracks. Not even signs of ranching. The only real markers were some rusted cattle gates and faded BLM boundary signs hammered into leaning fence posts. We were cutting through this shallow wash between two low ridges when I spotted the first one. It didn't jump out right away. The landscape out there plays tricks on your eyes. So many flat, bleached rocks and scattered debris that it all blurs together if you don't really focus. But this stood out. It wasn't natural. It was a pillar, maybe 4 feet tall, made entirely from stacked rocks, long, flat sheets of shale or slate, whatever was local. The thing that made it odd wasn't just that someone had built it. It was how precisely it was made. The base was almost perfectly circular, and the pillar itself tapered slightly toward the top, like a chimney. In the middle, right at eye level, was a clean, square hole. Not broken, not smashed through. Cut, like someone had bored a window right through the middle of the pillar, maybe 8 inches by 8 inches. And when you looked through that little square, it framed a spot in the distance perfectly. A small white structure way off on the horizon. Looked like a house. Too far to tell if it was abandoned or not, but the shape was unmistakable. At first, I figured it was a one-off. Some hiker with a lot of time on their hands. People make cairns all the time, though this was something else entirely. We marked the coordinates, and I took a few pictures on my field camera. Didn't think much of it. We were already behind on where we were supposed to be going. But then we found another one. Not 20 minutes later, on a hill about a quarter mile off the track. Same design, same height, same style of stacked rock, smooth-sided, grayish slate-looking stuff, like it had been split off in sheets. And again, that square hole in the middle, perfectly cut. You could look through it and see that same house. It lined up like someone had laser-sighted the damn thing. I remember walking around it slowly, checking the base, half expecting to find some sort of tool marks, or maybe a plaque. Nothing. No footprints around it either, no old tire tracks or signs of campfires. Just a structure, standing there like it had always been part of the place. We found 4 more over the next 2 hours. They weren't laid out in a line, but scattered in a kind of rough arc around the hills, all pointing toward that house on the horizon. From some, the house was barely visible, just a sliver of white on the edge of slope, but the square holes were always aligned. Always aimed straight at it. No deviations, no mistakes. The spacing between them varied, but they were all within a 3-mile radius. The terrain wasn't easy. Loose rock, steep cut banks, patches of slick clay where water had run off after rains. It wasn't a place people would build anything unless they had a damn good reason. And each time, the pillars looked like they'd been there for years. The rocks were weathered, some with pale lichens, but none of the stacks had collapsed. That's what got me. In that part of the desert with constant wind, rain, and snow in winter, stacked rocks should tumble sooner or later. These hadn't. They stood solid, clean, undisturbed. Even stranger, the vegetation around each one was subtly different. Could have been a trick of the light or the way the land was shaped, but at every pillar, the ground within about a 15-foot radius seemed a little off. The sagebrush was shorter, sparse. Some bare patches where the dirt looked almost gray. Not burned, just different. Drier, maybe. Less growth. It wasn't something you could easily capture in a photo, but walking around them gave me a weird feeling, like standing inside a ring where the rest of the world didn't apply. No sounds, either. No birds, no insects. Just dead still air. We stopped talking at some point. Not on purpose, but there wasn't anything to say. The field tech looked a little uncomfortable, kept checking his GPS unit like he wanted to be done. I didn't blame him. I'd spent most of my adult life outdoors. Fire lookout rotations, SAR, trail work, and a few rough winters patrolling deep snowmobile access zones in Idaho. But I'd never seen anything like those pillars. There was nothing dangerous about them, but they felt wrong, like they didn't belong, or worse, like they did. By late afternoon, we'd logged the coordinates of all 6. I'd taken maybe 100 pictures. Wide angles, close-ups, even a few time shots where I lined up the house through the holes, just to confirm the alignments. We agreed to call it for the day and started heading back down the dirt roads. The house was still visible in the rearview mirror for several miles, a tiny white smudge on the horizon. On the drive out, I started running through explanations in my head. Art project? Maybe. But out here, who the hell would haul in all that rock and spend hours building 6 separate structures on scattered hilltops in the middle of nowhere, just to line them up with a house no one can even reach by vehicle anymore? And with no signs, no signatures, no tracks, some kind of surveying marker? That didn't make sense either. Nothing was marked on the map, and the BLM database had no record of historical use in that area. No mining claims, no leases, no grazing allotments. It wasn't even good ground for prospecting. What about the house? That started bothering me more than the pillars. I couldn't figure out why it was there. It didn't look like an active ranch. There were no power lines leading to it. No road that we could see. Just this white, angular shape sitting in a pocket of hills, exactly framed by each pillar. Like it was the target of something. Or the source. Back at the field station that night, I uploaded the photos and tagged the coordinates. I tried searching for the house, cross-referenced old satellite images, property records, even some handwritten BLM notes from decades ago. Nothing. It wasn't on any current maps. No road access. No history of ownership. It was just there. For the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I didn't go back. Work took me in other directions, and winter came early that year. Snow covered the whole area by mid-October. The pillars were probably buried under a foot of powder, and I didn't feel like hiking out there again. Something about the whole thing stuck with me. Quietly, like a splinter. The following spring, I brought it up during a regional planning meeting. Just in passing, I said I'd found a set of unrecorded stone structures that might be historical in nature, possibly associated with early homesteading or survey work. No one had heard of them. A couple guys joked about desert weirdos building altars or something, but I didn't laugh. I dropped it after that. I never found anything else in the records. No mention of pillars, no old photos, no land use documents that explain the house. A few months later, I made a point of checking the satellite images again. The house was gone. Just gone. I checked back over time-stamped satellite layers from the last 10 years, and there it was present in some, not in others. Faint, fuzzy, sometimes missing entirely, like it had been erased or never existed. But I had the pictures, dozens of them, through each pillar, always framed, always in the same place. I looked back through my GPS logs to confirm. The angles all lined up. I don't know who built those pillars. I don't know why they were there, but I know what I saw, and I know what I didn't find afterward. I didn't tell anyone else. I kept the coordinates, kept the images, and filed it away in my personal field notes. Some things out there don't explain themselves, and maybe they don't have to. But I've worked that region every year since, and I've never seen those pillars again. Not one. Maybe they're gone. Maybe I just haven't looked in the right spot. That's the thing about the high desert. Nothing stays the same. Tracks vanish. Water shifts the land. Wind makes the familiar strange. And sometimes you come across something that doesn't fit, that doesn't belong. And you carry it with you. Every now. When I was first assigned to the northern edge of the forest district, I was stationed near a seasonal trail that wrapped through a high, cold stretch of timberland. The kind of country where snow settles in deep, even by early November, and the trees are so thick that daylight seems to dissolve under their branches. A handful of cabins dotted the region, all old Forest Service structures repurposed for education trips, scout outings, and trail maintenance crews. Most of the year, they sat empty. A few months into the job, I found myself on a routine winter checkup of the outer cabins. That part of the forest didn't see much action until spring. The snow was too deep for regular hiking, but not yet packed enough for snowmobiles. I snowshoed in, carrying a light pack and a few trail markers. I wasn't expecting to find anything, just wanted to make sure the structures were still locked up, that no windfall had smashed through any roofs, and that the local wildlife hadn't taken up residence in the latrines again. It was late January, and I'd only been doing field work for a few years, but already I'd picked up a rhythm, moving slow, always watching the trees, staying aware of the cold creeping into my boots. The air had that dry silence to it, not just quiet, but hollow, soundless in a way that made every breath and boot crunch feel like it echoed. You spend enough time out there alone, and you start to notice the absence of things more than their presence. No birds, no wind, just the stillness of trees holding their breath. The cabin I was heading to sat near a bluff that overlooked a frozen stream basin. I'd only been to it once before, back in fall during orientation. The forest there was older, the trees wide and high like pillars, tight enough that even moonlight had trouble cutting through at night. As I got closer, I started to get that feeling in my gut, the same one I'd had once when I was younger. 16, Boy Scout camp. I hadn't thought about that night in years, but the sensation crept in as I walked. It was a memory I'd kept quiet about for a long time, not because anything happened, but because I never figured out what I actually saw. And when I did talk about it, nobody could offer any real explanation. Just vague shrugs, or jokes, or some half-hearted ghost story. But being in that forest again, in the snow, under those same kinds of trees, it pulled the memory back like it had just happened. It was a winter camp trip, somewhere in upstate New York. We stayed in a log cabin built for cold weather. Nothing fancy, just rough-hewn timbers, a heavy stove, bunks lined against the walls, and a stack of chopped wood. That was the kind of thing we did every winter. All of us were used to the cold. I was 16, and like most 16-year-old boys, we were more interested in breaking the rules than earning merit badges. A few of the older scouts and I, there were 5 of us in total, waited until the leaders were asleep. We grabbed our jackets, flashlights, and a couple lighters we weren't supposed to have. Someone brought a little metal tin filled with dried buds. Another guy had a pack of cigarettes. It was stupid, but we didn't care. We thought we were being slick, slipping out into the cold, carving a half-mile trail into the woods to smoke and talk shit in the dark. We followed a narrow path through the trees. No headlamps, just flashlights kept low so we didn't draw attention. The snow was high and crusted over, and every step sounded like a crack. The trees swallowed the light quickly. It only took a few minutes before the cabin's windows were out of sight, and we were on our own. We stopped in a hollow where the trees seemed to lean in over us. It was a natural ring, branches overhead blotting out the stars. There were no animal tracks in the snow, no wind, just the smell of pine bark and the sharp stink of the lighter fluid. We stood in a rough circle, each of us lighting up. I remember the way the smoke hung low in the cold air, curling in strange ways. I remember one guy coughing hard and all of us laughing, thinking we were rebels, thinking we were untouchable. But that changed pretty quick. I was the one who noticed it first. That feeling, that sense of being watched. It came on fast, like a weight settling onto my chest. My spine got stiff. My arms felt wrong, like the hairs were pulling toward something behind me. It was like a static charge you get before lightning strikes. I turned slowly, sweeping my flashlight over the trees. The beam caught on bark, branches, old scars and trunks where limbs had broken off in storms. I panned left. Nothing. Pan right. That's when I saw him. About 30 feet away, leaning against one of the thickest trees I'd ever seen, was a man. He was tall, but it was hard to tell exactly how tall because of the way he stood. His back was pressed to the trunk, shoulders slightly hunched. He was wearing some kind of old coat, canvas maybe, or wool, and a hat pulled low. He had a white beard, thick and untamed, and skin so pale it reflected the light like paper. His eyes were open and locked on us, unmoving, not blinking. He didn't speak. He didn't move. He didn't do anything. I held the flashlight on him for a few seconds, and my first thought was that maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe I was tired. But then one of the other guys whispered something behind me, and I knew they saw him too. I didn't have to look back to confirm it. I could feel all of us suddenly rigid, like our bodies had agreed to freeze before our minds caught up. We didn't run. Not at first. We just slowly began stepping away, crunching backward through the snow, trying not to make noise even though everything was noise, the crunch of her boots, the click of my flashlight switch, the heavy breaths puffing out in clouds. I swept the beam away from him once, just to check our trail, and when I brought it back, he hadn't moved an inch. He just stood there, eyes pinned to us like nails through glass. That was enough. We turned and hiked back fast, still trying not to look like we were running, but not bothering with stealth anymore. We didn't talk. No one said a word until we were back inside the cabin. Even then, all we did was stare at each other. One guy shook his head like he was trying to forget it. Another one went straight to his bunk and buried his face in the sleeping bag. My brother, who'd been with us, sat across from me, wide-eyed. We never really unpacked it. Not then. Just left it hanging in the air like smoke. I think we were all hoping to just wake up and brush it off. But it stuck. And years later, when I became a ranger, that memory followed me out into the field like a shadow. I kept thinking about what we saw, or what we thought we saw, and what it meant that someone was out there, standing in complete darkness, watching 5 teenagers in the woods without making a sound. It didn't feel like a ghost. Not the way people talk about them. It felt real, human, and somehow that made it worse. Back in the present, I reached the old Forest Service cabin. Still locked up. Snow drifted up to the lower windows, and the chimney was capped and black. I checked the doors, circled the structure, noted some minor damage to the woodpile, then took a walk around the bluff just to get a better sense of the area. From the overlook, you could see the frozen stream bed twisting through the trees. A narrow game trail cut through the snow near the bend. And there, half hidden behind a row of young spruce, I saw something that stopped me cold. Tracks. Not snowshoe or boot prints. These were soft, wide impressions. Not quite fresh, but not old either. Maybe 2 days. No animal claws. No dragging. Just feet. Heavy ones. The kind made by a person moving through the woods with purpose. They led away from the bluff and into the thicker forest. I followed them about 40 yards before I saw where they ended. A small hollow beneath an overhanging rock. Someone had set up a crude shelter. Just a plastic tarp and some branches, packed tight with snow and moss. There was a burned-out fire ring nearby. Scattered tin cans. An old wool coat hung from a broken limb like a flag. And lying half-buried in the snow beneath the tarp, curled in a fetal position, was a man. He was dead. The coroner later said hypothermia. He'd probably been out there for days before the cold finally got him. From his ID, we learned he was a local, someone who'd been reported missing the month before. A former logger, late 50s, history of mental illness, no fixed address. Hadn't been seen in town for weeks before he vanished. He had a white beard and pale skin. The sheriff asked if I'd seen anything unusual out there. I told him the truth. I told him I found a shelter, found the body, found the tracks. I didn't mention the night in the woods when I was 16. I didn't tell him about the man who stood silently watching us from the trees. Because even though I wanted answers, I also knew there might not be any. And what stuck with me wasn't just a mystery. It was the stillness of it all. The way someone could be so far gone they'd retreat into the forest in winter. Live like a ghost. Watch from the shadows. Never speak. Never move. Just be there. Watching. It made me think maybe he wasn't a predator or a ghost or anything we imagined back then. Maybe he was just a man who didn't belong anywhere else anymore. A man who slipped through the cracks and found the forest more familiar than the world. That thought followed me home after I hiked out. And sometimes when the snow starts falling just right and the wind moves through the pines in that low, groaning way, I was covering night patrol in Coconino the week before the monsoon season was supposed to hit. The air had that dry storm tension, a stillness like it was holding its breath, waiting for the first crack of lightning to break it loose. I just transferred over from a state park job in Oregon, and the silence in the Arizona high desert still felt unnatural to me. Everything here either stayed hidden or stood completely still. You don't hear a raccoon's claws on a log, or the wet slap of frogs against a pond's edge. Instead, you get pin-drop silence interrupted only by wind and whatever decides it has business crossing your path. The route that night was a long one. Forest Road 302 to 222 to 9355V and back through a loop toward Williams, with a quick stop at one of the unofficial dispersed camping areas near a cut-off trail used mostly by long haulers heading toward the Grand Canyon. That patch of forest is a different world at night. No trail markers, no signage, and nothing close to a town. You could break your leg a mile in and rot there for a month before someone found you. Most nights, I saw nothing but jackrabbits and the occasional elk. Maybe once every 2 weeks, I'd catch headlights from a lost camper or a burned-out hiker sleeping in their car. That night, I was driving a Forest Service truck, standard green and white, with a full tank and fresh oil. I kept the windows cracked just enough to catch the sound of any movement in the trees. With no radio signal and barely a sliver of moon out, it was the kind of drive that keeps your eyes straining into the dark until you start seeing things that aren't there. At around midnight, I passed the trailhead to an old fire road we hadn't officially maintained in years. It's one of those routes people use as a shortcut, but shouldn't. My headlights skimmed across the first 30 feet before being swallowed by the trees. Nothing unusual, no tire tracks, no boot prints in the dirt. Just pine needles and silence. I turned on a 9355V and slowed down to 25, just enough to watch the tree. The terrain flattens out there for about 5 miles before dropping into a slope, and in the dark, the trees get thick on either side. That's when I saw movement up ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer on the left side of the road. That's not unusual, especially this time of year. The herds start moving higher to find food once the lower valleys dry out. But when I got closer, I realized it wasn't an animal. It was a person, or at least I thought it was. I hit the brakes hard enough to throw my gear off the seat. My first reaction was that someone might be injured. Maybe a hiker got turned around and walked until they hit the road. But something was wrong about how still they were standing. They weren't flagging me down, waving or limping or calling out. They were just standing there on the shoulder, facing the trees on the opposite side of the road, one arm lifted and pointing straight into the woods. I kept the truck in gear and coasted slowly, high beams sweeping across the spot. I saw what looked like dark pants, maybe a jacket or a long shirt, and long hair down past the shoulders. No bag, no headlamp, no visible gear. The arm stayed raised the whole time, as if frozen mid-gesture. I pulled to a stop 10 yards past them. I leaned forward, looking into the rearview mirror, trying to get a better angle. My headlights had passed over the space they'd been standing in, but when I looked back, the shoulder was empty. Nothing there. No movement. No one walking away down the road. I looked to where they'd been pointing. That's when I saw it. Maybe 30 feet into the brush, something enormous shifted behind a tree lean. Big. The kind of big you feel in your stomach before you even know what you're looking at. I reached over, killed the headlights, and let my eyes adjust. That's when it stepped out. A bull elk, massive even by Arizona standards, moved slow across the road ahead of me. It was so big I thought it was a damn horse at first, but the rack on it was unmistakable. Thick, sharp tines curved out like the roots of a dead tree, silhouetted against the stars. 3 cows followed behind it, cautious, twitching with nerves, each one pausing before committing to the crossing. I didn't move, just watched. I didn't even breathe. If I'd come through that curve 20 seconds faster, I'd have hit the bull broadside. At that speed, it wouldn't have been a crash. It would have been an explosion. The cows stepped light across the gravel, completely silent, vanishing into the woods on the opposite side. When the last one disappeared behind the trees, I turned the headlights back on and pulled forward slowly, glancing at both shoulders, both tree leans. Nothing. No person. No prints. No broken brush or depressions in the gravel. I turned the truck off and climbed out, flashlight in hand. Walked back to where the figure had been standing. The ground was covered in a soft bed of pine litter. Easy to disturb. No footprints. I even scanned the brush on the opposite side, thinking maybe whoever it was had crossed behind the elk. Still nothing. Just trees, moonlight, and my own breath. I got back in the truck and sat there for a while with the engine off. The silence was thick, heavier than normal. Something about that moment didn't sit right. It wasn't just the figure or the elk. It was the way everything had happened so precisely. One person in the middle of nowhere, pointing right where the danger was. Then gone. I finished the route that night with my high beams angled wider and slower than normal, watching the tree lean like I was expecting someone else to step out. But I didn't see anything after that. No more elk. No people. Not even a jackrabbit. When I got back to the ranger station around 4 in the morning, I logged the incident. Elk herd crossing FR 9355E. Human figure observed prior to crossing. No contact. No injuries. I stared at the words for a long time before hitting submit. It didn't sit right calling it just a figure, but I didn't have anything else to go on. The next night, I asked around a little. Another ranger who used to patrol that section said, "That part of the forest's always been weird. Things cross the road out there," he told me. Big game, migrating animals, and sometimes folks camp out in the woods without telling anybody. You'd be surprised how far people walk from the fire road. Still, something about how deliberate the pointing was, it didn't feel random. It felt like a signal, a warning, and I couldn't stop thinking about how fast that elk had stepped out. Not charging, not scared, just precise, like it was following a cue. A few days later, I drove back out during daylight. I parked at the exact spot and walked into the woods where the figure had pointed. There was no trail, no markers, no signs of human presence. Just game paths, thick with elk droppings and hoof prints. I found a low spot, maybe 50 feet in where the ground was flattened out in a semicircle, like a bed. Fresh tracks. A good place for a herd to stage before crossing. So maybe that figure knew the herd's path. Maybe it was someone who lived nearby, knew the terrain, knew when the elk crossed. But that doesn't explain the timing. It doesn't explain how they knew we'd be coming around the bend at that exact moment. That road's nearly empty past midnight. Maybe one car an hour, tops. It could have just as easily been no one. And still, that person stood there, pointed and vanished. No footprints, no rustling, no flashlight beam disappearing between the trees. Just gone. I started keeping my dash cam running after that. Didn't matter if I was just driving to the hardware store. I let it roll every shift, every patrol, just in case. But nothing like that ever happened again. Some nights, I still drive past that bend. I slow down, look both ways, roll down the window, listen. It's always quiet, always empty. But I'll never forget how deliberate that finger was, how it pointed straight into the shadows like it knew what was coming, like it knew that elk would step out, like it knew that one wrong second could have turned that curve in the road into the last thing we ever saw. And the worst part? If I hadn't seen them, if my eyes had stayed on the road, or if I'd been the one playing a game or just looking away, I never would have known what saved me. No name, no sound, no proof, just a shadow standing in the right place at the right time, pointing straight toward a choice, and then gone. I was still new to the agency back then, still getting my bearings. I've been working as a seasonal in various parts of the state for years, but that fall I found myself stationed near Big Sur, working with a small team responsible for a rugged stretch of forest that didn't see many visitors. There were a few semi-maintained campsites scattered across the area, but most of the land was thick with coastal redwoods, madronas, and patches of manzanita. It wasn't exactly a backcountry post, but it wasn't easy access either. Most of the time, the only people we saw were hikers or folks camping off the beaten path, and that suited me fine. The place had a quiet weight to it, the kind that sinks into your bones if you sit still long enough. You could hear the ocean sometimes through the trees when the wind came in right, that low, constant rumble like distant thunder, and the air always carried the smell of salt and wet bark. I grew up around places like this. I had family near here, and the landscape was part of my bones before I ever put on a uniform. So when I say this next part rattled me in a way nothing else ever has, I say it with some authority. I don't scare easy, not out there. But this stuck. It had been a quiet week, late in the season, and the fog was clinging low most mornings. I remember because I had to wipe my windshield twice just to make it to the ranger station. Most of the summer folks had cleared out, and I've been doing maintenance patrols, checking trail markers, clearing brush, packing out trash the usual types leave behind. It was the kind of routine I liked. No big fires, no big injuries, just solitude and work. On a Thursday, I had the afternoon to myself and figured I'd check out an old spur trail that one of the older rangers told me about. Said it used to lead to a lookout decades ago, before it burned down sometime in the 60s. The trail wasn't on any current maps, but I found the start of it a few weeks earlier off a disused loop near a campground that had long since fallen out of favor. The brush was thick in places, but it looked passable. I decided I'd follow it a ways in and see if it led to anything worth knowing about. Nothing official, just curiosity and the chance to stretch my legs. I parked my truck near a dead-end maintenance road and made my way down the path. It was late afternoon, overcast in that pale, heavy way that made the forest feel like dusk, even though the sun still had a couple hours left. The trail started as a faint line under the trees, mostly pine needles and dry leaves, but it got clearer the farther I went. It had clearly been made by regular use at some point. Old usage, but human. There were occasional signs. A rusted-out canteen half buried in moss. A rotting post that might have once held a sign or fence wire. I made mental notes and kept walking. After about 20 minutes, the trees opened a bit, and I found myself looking out over a clearing. It wasn't a meadow, not exactly. More like a rough patch where the trees had been cleared or maybe knocked down decades ago. It didn't look like a landslide or fire area. More deliberate. I stepped out into the open and paused. Everything was quiet. No birds, no breeze, just the sound of my own boots brushing through the dry grass. In the center of the clearing was a structure I didn't expect. Not a cabin, not a shed. It looked like an old corral made of logs, rough, weathered, and gray with age. The logs were stacked about 5 feet high in a circular pattern, with no obvious entrance. Just a solid wall of timber enclosing something. It didn't fit. There were no ranches out here, not for miles. No roads nearby. And the construction was old, not modern or maintained. No signs of machinery or fencing tools. Just hand-stacked logs, lichen-covered and starting to rot. I circled it slowly, running my hand along the wood. It wasn't stable, but it hadn't fallen in either. As I walked, I noticed faint impressions in the ground outside the structure. Scuff marks, flattened grass, small prints. Not fresh, but not ancient either. It had been disturbed sometime in the past few months, maybe weeks. It was hard to tell with the dry soil. I found a spot where the logs dipped slightly, low enough that I could climb over with some effort. I hoisted myself up, careful not to kick loose any of the top logs, and dropped down into the center. The air inside the corral was different. Still, heavy. Not warmer or colder exactly, just still, like the air in a sealed room. In the middle of the circle was something even stranger. A shelter, maybe. It was made of small branches and twigs, shaped into a rectangular form about 3 feet high. It had 3 sides and a roof, but no door or clear opening. The back was closed off with a lattice of sticks, and the whole thing was nestled against the inner edge of the corral wall. It was deep enough that I couldn't see inside from where I stood. I took a step closer and froze. Just outside the twig structure, in the dirt, were several piles of scat. Animal, obviously, but not like anything I recognized. Not deer, not bear. Too much fiber and too rounded to be mountain lion. And it wasn't old. Maybe a day or two. Flies hovered lazily over one of the piles, and the edges were still wet. I backed up a little, scanning the corral walls, the trees beyond. I couldn't see anything moving, but that same stillness pressed in, harder now. I should have left right then, but I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I was overthinking it. Maybe I thought it was some kind of old bushcraft site, someone testing out survival techniques and leaving it behind. It didn't make sense, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I walked the inside perimeter of the corral once, glancing down occasionally to see more old prints. Some of them might have been boot prints, but they were too partial to be sure. No trash, no tools, no obvious signs of human life. Just the corral, the shelter, and the scat. I stopped near the twig structure again, crouched to look inside. I still couldn't see anything. It was too dark, the sticks too dense, and I didn't feel right getting closer. My stomach turned the way it does when you see brake lights too late on the highway. Not panic exactly, just that cold moment of realization that you've made a mistake. That's when I felt it. That pull. That instinct deep in the spine that says you're not alone. It wasn't noise. It wasn't movement. It was a shift in pressure, a tightening of the air around me. Like something was waiting, watching. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Just trees and brush and that endless gray sky above. But the feeling didn't fade. I stepped up onto the corral wall again, one hand on the upper log to steady myself, and froze halfway. My skin went cold. There just outside the corral in the dirt were new prints. Fresh. Not there before. 3 of them, spaced just a few feet apart, as if someone or something had been walking along the edge while I was inside. They weren't boot prints. They were bare. Wide, splayed toes. Human-like, but not right. Bigger than my own feet, and deep enough that they had to belong to something heavy. I didn't stop to think. I climbed the rest of the way out, nearly tripping as I hit the ground on the other side. The feeling of being watched surged like a wave, crashing over my neck and shoulders. I turned and backed away from the corral, eyes still locked on the twig structure inside. Still nothing moved. Still no sound. Just that awful silence pressing in from all sides. I started walking, then running. I didn't look back. My pack thumped against my spine, my boots slipping once on loose dirt. I didn't stop until I was back on the spur trail. Even then, I kept glancing over my shoulder every few yards. The forest looked the same, but everything felt different. Tense, like the trees were leaning in just slightly. I made it back to my truck just as the last light started to fade. The clouds were thicker now, and the first edge of rain was in the air. I slammed the door and sat for a long time, engine off, just listening. Nothing followed me. No shapes moved in the trees. But the feeling didn't leave. Not that night. Not for weeks. I logged a note in the report system about the trail, said it had old structures, possibly unsafe, not recommended for visitors. I didn't mention the shelter. I didn't mention the prints. I didn't want to explain something I didn't understand. I've been back to Big Sur dozens of times since then, even worked nearby for a couple seasons. But I've never gone back to that clearing. Never even looked for the spur trail again. And I never told anyone until now. It's been decades, but I still see it clearly in my mind, the way the shelter looked like it was meant to hide something, not protect from weather. The way the corral had no entrance. The way something had walked around it while I was inside. I don't know who or what built that place or why. But I do know this wasn't abandoned. Not really. Something was still using it. And whatever it was, it didn't want to be found. I was still in my first year of seasonal backcountry assignments when I found myself stationed in the Okanagan region of British Columbia for a midsummer rotation. It was one of those posts you kind of forget about until you're there. Quiet, easy, scenic. The heat during the day was dry and stretched long into the evening, and the campsites were more often filled with families and retirees than rowdy groups. I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary. Most of my time was spent doing firewood patrols, checking for illegal fishing, or hiking the perimeters to make sure nobody had gone too far off trail. I never had a real reason to think back on my own childhood camping trip there until that summer. It had been almost 15 years by then, but the memory never left. It hadn't faded the way you expect a 13-year-old's memories to fade. If anything, it had gotten sharper over time. I could still remember the way the water smelled that day. Kind of metallic from the dam, warm, not salty, but not clean either. I remember the heat radiating off the rocks, the dry crunch of the grass along the trail back from the lake, the way my wet shorts clung to my thighs. And I remembered the boy walking on the river. That was the part that stayed with me the most. Back when I turned 13, my friends and I had decided to camp out in Okanagan Falls for my birthday. Nothing elaborate, just a couple of tents, coolers full of soda, and sleeping bags that never stayed zipped. Our families were only about 40 minutes out, so they felt safe enough letting us have the freedom. We were young enough to still be excited about hot dogs over a fire, and too old to care about ghost stories unless someone really made an effort. That afternoon, we went down to the lake to swim. We were loud, splashing around, flinging water at each other, lying on the dock and warming ourselves like lizards. When we finally packed up and started walking back to the campsite, our towels were damp around our shoulders, and our skin was covered in that dry crack feeling from the sun. We followed the river north, along the narrow dirt footpath that hugged the bank. To our left, the water flowed steady and fast, fed by the dam that stood maybe a couple hundred meters ahead. Even then, that dam had a reputation. I'd heard about it before we even got to the park. 2 brothers had drowned there, got pulled into the turbines a few years earlier. Their names had been in the news, and for a while, our town was talking about safety around dams like it was a new thing. The signs around that area weren't subtle. Huge metal sheets marked with skull and crossbones. Bright red paint. Danger. Strong current printed in block letters. There were even steel barriers sunk into the water to keep boats away. We passed the warning signs and kept walking toward camp, talking about nothing the way 13-year-old girls do. Then I saw something. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. Maybe the way the sun was hitting the river. The glare off the water could get brutal around late afternoon. But this wasn't glare. It was shaped. Solid. It was a boy. Maybe our age, maybe a little younger. Not quite skinny, not quite fat. He looked like he belonged in a school photo with a crooked smile and one of those too bright t-shirts that glow in cheap flash photos. But he wasn't standing on the riverbank. He was walking, on the surface of the water. I stopped walking. I don't even remember making the decision to stop. I just froze in place. The girls behind me bumped into me, grumbling about it, until I lifted a hand and pointed. He was maybe 20 feet out in the water, just where the river started to widen out again from the turbulence near the dam. He was walking slowly, casually, the way you'd walk down the hallway toward your locker. And he wasn't sinking. Each step looked like it should have broken the surface, but the water didn't react to him at all. No ripples, no splash. Just smooth movement, like he was being carried by something underneath, but going through the motions of walking anyway. One of the girls looked where I pointed and gasped. The other one didn't look. She just shook her head and covered her eyes. I didn't look at them again after that. I couldn't stop watching him. He moved maybe 10 meters, then just stopped, turned slightly, and looked out across the river toward the far side. Then he faded. Not like he dove, not like he blinked away. He just became harder and harder to see, until there was nothing left but water again. We didn't talk about it much afterward. Not that night, not the next day. I don't know if the others ever told their parents. I know I didn't, but that memory never left. Fast forward 15 years. I was in uniform now, a ranger assigned to Okanagan Falls for the summer stretch. I've been through dozens of parks and forests since getting hired, but this place felt personal, not because of what had happened, not directly, but because I couldn't let go of the feeling that something unfinished had happened here. Something not quite wrong, but not quite explainable either. The dam was still there. The warning signs have been replaced since, now with more official-looking Parks Canada signage, but the message hadn't changed. I made a habit of checking the dam once every few days, not because I was required to, but because I felt like I owed it something. One morning, just after a thunderstorm rolled through the previous night, I headed out on foot along the trail that followed the riverbank. I always walked, never used a truck on that section. The ground was slick in places, and my boots picked up a layer of reddish mud that clung like clay. The river was higher than usual from the storm runoff. It rushed harder with more noise, churning white and brown and littered with broken bits of wood and debris from upstream. I stood near the same place I had as a kid, near where we'd seen him. There was no one else around. The campers were mostly still asleep or in their RVs eating breakfast. The clouds were hanging low, breaking in some places where the sun started poking through. I watched the river. I don't know what I expected. I wasn't waiting for a ghost or a sign. I just watched. The current dragged a tree limb down, smashing it against one of the concrete blocks meant to catch large debris. The sound echoed like a gunshot. Birds scattered. Something about the way the wood twisted in the water caught my eye. It moved fast, yes, but for a split second it angled upward, unnaturally, like something underneath had lifted it from below. Then it vanished around the bend. My heart beat faster, but I shook it off. It was debris. The river was rough. Things got thrown around. It wasn't anything. But later that afternoon, I went down to the dam's maintenance shed. There's a little logbook there for when the hydro workers come through for inspections. I flipped through pages until I found a note from about 4 years earlier. Strange turbulence reported near mid-channel despite low flow levels. Investigation revealed no blockage. Unusual acoustic resonance noted during sonar pass. May need follow-up. The note hadn't been signed. There was no follow-up listed. I didn't sleep well that night. Not out of fear. More like a gnawing discomfort that I couldn't explain. I dealt with bear encounters, poachers, even a guy who tried to take a kayak down a closed gorge in flood stage. None of those had ever made me feel like this. Over the next few weeks, I talked to some of the older rangers in the area. Casually, not directly. I asked if anything weird had ever happened near the dam. I got a few shrugs, some jokes about fish bigger than your leg, but one guy, old-timer, near retirement, told me something that stuck. He said every few years, someone hears things near the turbines. Sounds that don't match the machines. Not mechanical hums, but vocal tones. Not words, but patterns. Almost like singing. No one ever investigates it seriously. It's always written off as water noise, echo, pressure, whatever. I thought about the boy again. The one from water. I remembered how solid he had looked. How real. He didn't flicker like some ghost from a horror movie. He didn't glow. He wasn't transparent. He looked like a kid trying to get somewhere. I started wondering, not about hauntings, but about records. About the two brothers. About how strong the pull of the turbines must have been. I found their names eventually in an old news archive, buried in a scanned newspaper clipping from 1997. The article said their bodies weren't recovered for almost 3 days. One was found snagged in a grate. The other never was. The detail that hit me hardest was the age. The younger brother had been 12, almost 13. I don't know if what I saw that day when I was a kid was one of them. I don't believe in ghosts. I still don't. But I believe in memory. I believe that water can hold on to things, especially where lives were cut short and never properly laid to rest. I believe that some places resist forgetting. The river wasn't haunted. It was just heavy with memory, with presence. I still patrol that stretch when I can. Nothing's happened since. I haven't seen anything, heard anything, felt anything unnatural. But I keep going back. I walk the same trail. I look out over the same bend in the river. Sometimes I find myself standing still for a little too long. Listening, watching. I don't expect him to come back, but I haven't forgotten. And I think that's enough. I didn't grow up around people who talked much about UFOs or lights in the sky or anything like that. I was raised in upstate New York, where most strange sounds at night came from raccoons tipping over trash cans or snow shifting in the trees. But when I got older and started working in parks and Forest Service areas out west, especially in the Cascades, I started hearing the same kind of stories from different people in different places. The kind that always started the same, I don't believe in that stuff, but that line stuck with me. Back then, I was just dating this guy. We hadn't been together long. He was one of those ultra-practical types. College engineering major, clean truck, tools always exactly where they should be, didn't believe in much of anything unless he could take it apart or measure it. I liked that about him. He kept me grounded. But I've always had a soft spot for the eerie and unexplainable, especially when I'm out in places where the nearest highway is a solid 2 hours away. I'd heard some chatter from a few other rangers and trail stewards about odd lights near MT Adams. Nothing elaborate, just quick glimpses of something strange overhead or out past the tree line at night. Some swore by it, some laughed it off. I wanted to see for myself. I figured it was worth taking him up there, have to see if he'd crack, have to get some peace, and see the stars away from town. We found a dispersed site not far from the Bird Creek Meadows trailhead, deep enough off the main road that the sound of tires on gravel faded out quick. The whole region has this uneasy kind of beauty to it. Massive forests with Douglas firs and hemlocks leaning over narrow roads, and patches of land that look like they'd burned or been logged decades ago, now grown over in this uneven, too quiet kind of way. You can drive for a full hour and not see another soul. We set up camp before sunset, made the usual fire, cooked up dinner on the little camp stove. Nothing unusual. No one around us. No music. No cell signal. Just the sounds of the woods and wind brushing against the tent. It was the kind of place where your voice felt small, like it didn't carry past the first few trees. When night hit, the temperature dropped fast. Clear sky, no moon, and all the stars out at once. That's when I saw the lights again. I'd seen them before in places like the Sierras and once way out near Heart Mountain in Oregon. Same thing. Quick flares in the sky. Not shooting stars, not satellites. They'd pop into view, burn white or pale yellow, then split or zigzag, then vanish without a sound. Sometimes they'd seem to drop straight down, like falling into a hole in the sky. I didn't say anything at first, but after a few of them, I felt him shift next to me. I could tell he saw it too. He watched, jaw tight, didn't say a word for a long time. Then, finally, he let it slip. Yeah, I have no idea what that was. That felt like a win. He didn't make a joke or try to write it off. That alone made the trip worth it. A few months later, we were out again, this time on a camping trip with his dad and stepdad. They were both retired, but longtime guys in the Forest Service and BLM. Between the two of them, they'd covered more public land than most people ever would. I didn't expect to bring up MT Adams, but the conversation wandered there after dinner. We were naming places we'd camped, and I mentioned the area around Burr Creek. His stepdad froze for just a second. Not dramatic, but just enough of a pause to notice. He leaned back and said something like, "That was my beat for years." And then without any push from us, he added, "We were supposed to be up there looking for camp thieves. We never caught any thieves, but we saw a lot of weird stuff in the sky." He didn't say much else at first, but I couldn't help pressing him later that night while we cleaned up. He didn't seem like the kind of guy who spun stories. He was stiff, straightforward, a bit dull, honestly, the kind who used the exact same folding chair for 20 years. And yet, he had this one story. He and his partner had been posted near one of the unmarked roads leading up the ridge. At the time, early 80s, he said, there were reports of people cutting and stealing lumber without permits. Big operations. Not guys with axes, but industrial stuff. Large trucks coming in late, hauling logs out without going through proper channels. The trucks were supposed to be impossible to miss, but nobody ever saw them come or go. So he and his partner staked out a spot one night, hidden down a side road, engine off, backed into a patch of dense trees. The forest behind them was untouched. No trails, no access roads, just slope and timber. They sat there for over an hour, nothing but silence. Radio off, no talking. They'd even cracked the windows to avoid giving off condensation. Then suddenly, the entire truck lit up from behind. Bright white light, so bright he could see their own silhouettes cast against the dash. And it wasn't headlights. It was coming from above and behind them, somewhere deep in the forest. No sound, no branches cracking, just that wall of white light. And then it snapped off. Darkness again. He said they stayed put for hours after that. Never heard an engine. Never saw any movement. When they left the next morning, they found no tire tracks, no crushed brush. Nothing to suggest anything had been back there. It stuck with me, mostly because of how he told it. No flare, no buildup, like someone talking about a time they left the stove on, and he didn't want to talk about it again. I asked more questions, and he just kind of shook his head and said, "You wouldn't believe how often that kind of thing happened out there." I didn't forget that, especially not when I ended up back out near that same region a couple years later for a solo backcountry trip. This time I had a short work stint with the Park Service, and I was helping inventory old access roads and verify which ones were still open or safe for seasonal crews. There's a dense network of old Forest Service roads near the base of MT Adams, especially north and east of the peak, winding through Gifford Pinchot. Some of them aren't even on the maps anymore. I was in a truck the agency issued, nothing fancy, just a radio, GPS tracker, and emergency gear. I was staying at a cabin the district kept for temporary field workers, but I'd spend the days miles away from anything. It was hot during the day and freezing at night. Not much wildlife moving, just the occasional hare or raven, and almost no people. The first few days went smooth. I hiked some, drove most of it, marked fallen trees and washouts, sent notes through the satellite unit. On day 5, I started driving a narrow route I hadn't been down yet. It branched off from a spur road labeled 8725, then cut north through deep second-growth forest. The trees here were younger, but crowded. The sun barely hit the ground. It felt wrong somehow, like the trees had grown up too fast, blocking out everything underneath. About a mile in, I found something strange. A tire track, deep, recent. Not from usual small pickups or ATVs that hunters sometimes used. These were wide, heavy, like logging truck tires. They'd crushed the gravel and pressed into the dirt underneath. And they were fresh. No leaf debris in the treads. Just a clean path running west off the main route into unmarked forest. I followed as far as I could. The path twisted once, then ended abruptly at a dead clearing. Just grass and rotting logs. No stumps, no slash piles. The trees around it were untouched. Too narrow for a truck to have gone further, but there were no turnaround tracks either. It was like the truck had just disappeared. That night, back at the cabin, I couldn't stop thinking about the tire tracks. I dug up some old district maps and scanned for any logging leases or easements in that sector. Nothing. No permits, no land use updates, and no evidence of recent cutting. The area was supposed to be untouched for the last 15 years. I went back the next day. Same track. No change. I left a marker on the trail and took photos. But that night, something changed. I woke up sometime past midnight. It was dead quiet. Not even the usual hum from the trees. The windows of the cabin were glowing faintly. I thought it was moonlight at first, but the moon wasn't out that night. Clouds had moved in before sunset. I stepped outside and froze. There were lights. Low. Not in the sky. Not overhead. They hovered through the trees to the south, bright, almost bluish, and moving slowly. Not like a drone or plane. No sound. Just steady motion, dipping and weaving slightly, like they were scanning the ground. Then they blinked out, and everything went black again. Next morning, I checked the trail camera I'd set up outside the cabin. Nothing. Just darkness from the time I'd been asleep. The lights didn't show up at all. I reported the tire tracks and logged the lights as an unknown visual disturbance. Just enough detail to cover myself, but not so much it sounded crazy. The rest of the week, I stuck to safer roads and didn't go back to that clearing. But it stayed with me. Months later, I looked at the GPS logs from the truck. Something odd. The unit showed a gap in the data from around the time I saw the lights. Just a few minutes of missing time. Could be a glitch. Could be a lot of things. But that cabin hadn't had a history of GPS dead zones. Years have passed since then. I don't talk about it much. My boyfriend, now my husband, remembers that first trip to I work as a ranger now, but back when I was a kid, the woods didn't mean uniforms or call signs or regulations. They meant getting away. Away from school, noise, people. My family used to own this hand-built log cabin deep in the backwoods near Powers, Michigan. If you know where Powers is, you know it's already remote. The place I'm talking about was even further out, down 2-track roads that got swallowed by trees the deeper you went. It wasn't on any map you'd care to look at. The kind of spot where you kill the engine and all you hear is the ticking of the hood cooling down and your own breathing. That cabin was old school. No electricity, no running water. Just a generator we barely used and a hand pump out back for water. An outhouse stood 50 paces into the trees, and the scent from it reminded you real fast what kind of life people used to live. My dad and his brothers built the place mostly for hunting, but one spring he decided we'd spend spring break up there. Just me, him, and my sister. My mom stayed back in town. I don't remember why. Maybe work, maybe she just didn't like being that cut off. It wasn't vacation for her. It was the kind of place that felt different the moment you stepped out of the truck. You'd feel the temperature drop just a little because the trees were so dense. Everything smelled like pine needles, wet dirt, and old smoke from the last time someone used a fire pit. Inside the cabin, the air had this musky, sawdust scent like dried out sap and old sweat. It was comforting in a strange way. Familiar. The walls were raw logs sealed with chinking, and there was one big main room with a wood stove, a small table, and a few old recliners with fabric stiff from time. A steep wooden ladder led up to the loft, where maybe 5 mismatched beds were laid out wall to wall under the slanted roof. You could lie there and see the tops of the trees through the skylight. The first couple of nights, nothing happened. My dad cooked chili on a propane stove, and we played cards until it got too cold or we got too tired. Then we'd go up to the loft, climb under thick wool blankets, and try to sleep. My sister and dad snored loud, both of them. That's what I remember the most that week. Lying in bed, wide awake, listening to their breathing, which felt deafening in that quiet. I had my iPod Nano, one of those old square ones from around 2008. I couldn't get a signal, obviously, but I had some games on it, Breakout, Parachute. I'd play those until the battery died, or until I got too tired to keep my eyes open. That third night, though, I wasn't tired. The air in the loft felt strange, heavier than usual, like something had shifted in the atmosphere. I was lying there with my iPod lit up in my hands, the rest of the room in shadow, my sister to one side, dad to the other. I could see both of them clearly enough in the light from the screen. The skylight above us showed stars, same as always. I started to get that blurry-eyed feeling, like when you're not quite asleep, but not really awake either. That's when I felt the sound before I heard it. The walls shook, not like in a storm or with thunder. It was a fast, high-frequency vibration, like something huge and mechanical was right on top of us. The beds rattled against the floorboards. The air buzzed, deep and electric, and I sat up immediately. My iPod slipped out of my hands, and for a second, I thought the whole cabin was about to come down. I looked straight up at the skylight. The glass was covered in color, moving, writhing color. I don't know how to describe it clearly, but if you've ever seen a transformer blow, that sort of violent rainbow flash you get for a split second, that's what it looked like, except it didn't go away. It pulsed. Blues, purples, greenish-white hues smeared across the glass like they were painted in light. It felt like something was coming down out of the sky, directly onto the cabin. And then it got closer. That was the worst part. It didn't just hover or flash, it moved. The entire pattern shifted inward, like it was reaching toward me through the glass. I could see tiny vibrations in the pane, little flecks of dirt bouncing on the sill. The whole ceiling seemed to hum. I panicked. I did the first thing that came to mind and hurled a pillow at my dad. He stirred, and the second he moved, everything vanished. The buzzing stopped mid-tone. Not a fade, just cut out. The colors disappeared in an instant. The skylight was dark again, just a normal pane of glass showing the stars. My heart was thudding in my ears. The air felt thin. My sister snored like nothing had happened, and my dad just grunted and turned over. I sat there with the blanket bunched up in my fists, staring at that window for what felt like hours. The next morning, I thought about telling my dad, but I didn't. I didn't know how to describe it. And something told me he wouldn't believe me anyway. It wasn't the kind of thing you could say out loud and still feel normal afterward. We stayed for 3 more nights. Nothing like that happened again, but I never really slept after that. I kept my eyes on that skylight every night until dawn. I felt watched. Not in the supernatural way, not in a ghost story way. It was more like being in the path of something big and silent. Like a deer in the trees, right before the gunshot. You can't explain how you know, you just do. Years passed, and we stopped going to the cabin. My dad got older, work got busier, the usual stuff. I ended up joining the Forest Service and working in parks out west. My life turned into trail maps, radio calls, search and rescue drills, control burns, and checking fire rings for hot embers. But I never forgot that night. I try to rationalize it, weather phenomena, maybe northern lights. But auroras don't buzz like that. They don't vibrate your chest. There was no storm, no power grid near us to throw off that kind of light. The generator was off, and we didn't use any floodlights. No plane flies that low in the middle of the night, that deep into the woods. The area didn't even have cell towers for miles. One summer, I took some leave and drove back to Michigan. Just me. I hadn't been back in almost 10 years. I stopped in town, saw a few familiar places, then made the drive out to the cabin. The roads were even more overgrown now. The place looked smaller than I remembered, swallowed deeper by the trees. I didn't go inside right away. I just stood there for a while listening. The birds were loud. Chipmunks darted around the underbrush. A breeze moved through the pine needles, and everything smelled the same. The same heavy quiet. Inside, it was musty but untouched. No vandalism, no squatters. Just dust and silence. I climbed the ladder to the loft and stood where my bed used to be. Looked up at that skylight. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe scratches on the glass. Burn marks. Anything to prove what I saw. But it was just a pane of old, clouded plastic. That night, I slept in the loft again. No generator, just the stars. I didn't sleep much, same as back then. Nothing came. No colors. No sound. But sometime just before dawn, I woke up to silence, so complete it made my ears ring. Not a bird, not a breeze. I could hear my own breath. The trees didn't move. Even the usual creaks of the cabin seemed paused. I looked up at the skylight. Just the stars again. And somehow that felt worse. Because whatever happened that night wasn't a fluke. It wasn't random. It felt like something passing over, seeing us then moving on. Something that didn't care if we saw it or not. I think about that now, out here in the backcountry doing ranger work. I've seen weird things, abandoned camps, people who walk for miles and vanish, strange burn patterns on trees that don't match any lightning strike. But nothing like that night. I know some people would have spun it into a ghost story, told it with glowing eyes in the woods or alien ships or whatever makes it easier to swallow. But the truth is colder than that. It was real. It was mechanical. It was there, and it left without explanation. I've never talked about it on duty. No reason to. It doesn't fit into any report. It didn't leave a mark. Just a memory burned into my brain sharper than anything I've written in an incident log. The woods are strange. Not haunted. Not magical. Just unknown in ways we don't always admit. We think if we can't name it, it's not real. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt in my bones that night. I've patrolled forests from California to Montana. Spent nights in fire towers where the only light was the blinking red eye of a radio. Heard wolves howl from a mile off and watched storms roll over ridgelines like living things. But nothing has ever made me feel as small as that moment in the loft, with colors crawling over the skylight and that sound shaking my spine. And whatever it was, machine, phenomenon, experiment gone wrong, was real. That's all I need to know. I still check the skies sometimes, especially in quiet places, just in case it ever comes back. When we graduated high school, my buddy Chris and I decided we were going to hike the Grand Canyon. It wasn't some well-thought-out plan. We just knew we wanted to do something big and stupid before we both drifted off in different directions. He was heading off to Oregon for college. I was taking a gap year and working landscaping jobs in the meantime. We didn't know much about trails or gear or desert heat, but we had 2 backpacks, a couple days worth of freeze-dried meals, and a list of most difficult hikes in the canyon. We pulled off some dusty forum thread. Tanner Trail came up again and again. Not for beginners, they said. Exposed, brutal, unmaintained. So of course that's the one we picked. We flew into Phoenix, rented a car, drove north with the windows down and sweat soaking our backs. By the time we hit the rim, it was late June and the thermometer on the park visitor center's wall was nudging over 100 degrees, even up high. I remember the ranger's face when we told him where we were headed. Just this blank stare, followed by a quick, "Dry, you boys know what you're doing?" We nodded like idiots. He gave us that look older guys give young men who think they're tougher than they are. We parked at LaPon Point and spent the night sleeping in the car with the windows cracked, crickets screeching into the dark. The next morning, just after sunrise, we packed up, shouldered our gear, and started down. Tanner Trail doesn't mess around. There's no gentle descent, no easing into the canyon. It drops hard, fast, and doesn't stop dropping. The rock is sharp and brittle under your boots, and every step sends a little slide of pebbles skittering ahead of you. I remember being amazed at how quickly the heat picked up. Even in the early morning, the sun cooked the rock until it radiated up under you. Within an hour, we were drenched in sweat, our shirts stuck to our backs, dust clinging to every exposed inch of skin. There's no shade, no cover. The trail isn't really a trail, more a suggestion of a path stitched through red rock and steep drop-offs. We didn't pass a single person, just silence and heat and endless rock. We didn't talk much either. The trail demanded too much attention. Every foot placement had to be deliberate. By late afternoon, we were past 75 Mile Canyon and heading toward the lower section near Tanner Creek. The landscape started to flatten out a bit, turning into a wide, dry wash. It was easier walking in some ways, but also brutally exposed. No wind, no shade, and temperatures down there had to be pushing 115, maybe more. Our water was running low, and both of us were moving like ghosts, just trying to make it to the river where we could refill and camp. That dry wash felt like it stretched forever. Big boulders the size of trucks, deep sand between them, our legs dragging through it like wet cement. My feet were covered in fine red dust, and the arches ached with every step. We kept thinking the river would be around the next bend, then the next one. My head throbbed with every heartbeat, and the sun had baked the top of my scalp through my hat. Every breath felt like it was being pulled through a hot pipe. And then we saw him. We had just come around a tall outcrop of stone, some kind of sharp vertical fin where the creek curved, and the river was finally visible, green and angry in the sun, white foam crashing against the rocks. We both paused, relieved just looking at it. The sound of the water was the first real noise we'd heard all day that wasn't our own breath. And there he was. He was maybe 30 feet away, standing right where the dry creek met the Colorado River. He had long black hair pulled behind his shoulders, a denim shirt tucked neatly into faded jeans. Boots, too, worn smooth. His skin was deep brown, sun-darkened, and he looked lean, but not thin, just wiry and compact. He stood with his feet planted firm on the rock like he'd been there forever. He didn't see us at first. His head was tilted slightly, eyes down at the water. We watched him throw something, small and bright, and it skipped through the current, bounced off a rock, and spun back toward him in a lazy arc. He caught it without moving much, like he'd done 100 times before. It was a racquetball, neon blue, the kind of thing you'd find in a gym bag, not 100 feet down the canyon wall. We stood there for maybe a minute, watching. The ball went out again, then came back again, always hitting the same rock, always returning to his hand like a trained animal. It was mesmerizing in a weird way. Chris gave a tired wave and walked past him toward the bank. I followed. The guy didn't react much, just caught the ball again and started walking downstream, slowly, like he wasn't in a rush. He didn't have a pack, no water, no gear, just the clothes on his back and that racquetball in his hand. We set up camp maybe 100 yards upriver from where we saw him. Found a patch of soft sand tucked into a bend in the bank with just enough rock cover to block the worst of the sun. We pulled out our little stove, boiled water from the river through our filter, and made dinner without saying much. I remember Chris just staring downriver the whole time. Not scared exactly, just unsettled. That night was brutal. Even after dark, the heat stayed. Our tent was like an oven, so we ended up laying outside on our pads, staring at the sky. The stars were unreal, bright and endless. The Milky Way like a smear of paint across the black. But even with the beauty, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that racquetball bouncing off the rocks. At one point, I sat up and looked around. Nothing, just the water moving. No firelight downriver. No flashlight beams. No sound. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't left. In the morning, the air was already warm. We packed up fast, both of us a little eager to move. Chris didn't say much, but I could tell he'd had the same feeling, that something was just off. The hike out was hell. We tried to go up early, but even by 8 a.m. the heat was rolling in. That climb from river to rim is brutal no matter what time of day, but with the weight of the sun and the weight of what we'd seen or hadn't really seen, it was like dragging ourselves up a cliff. We made it to the rim just before sunset on the second day of climbing. Legs shaking, clothes soaked. We sat in the car for a long time before even starting the engine. The whole way back to Phoenix, we didn't talk about the guy. Not at first. It was weeks later, maybe a month, when I brought it up. Just said something like, "That guy with the ball. Remember him?" Chris nodded. That's all. But then I said, "How did he know the ball would come back like that?" He looked at me for a long time before saying, "I don't think he was playing. I think he was measuring." That stuck with me, because when I thought about it, really thought about it, the whole thing didn't add up. No pack, no food, no shade. He wasn't waiting for someone. He wasn't camping. And that ball, It didn't just bounce back by luck. The throw had to be perfect. The angle, the spin. The river was wild there, foaming and chaotic. And yet every time, it came right back to him. I went online a few days after that. Started digging. Not ghost stories or Bigfoot crap. Real stuff, missing persons, SER reports, geology surveys. That's when I read that part of Tanner Trail had been hit by a massive landslide just a few years before. Whole section gone. No formal maintenance planned. Some folks said it was impassable now. But even back when we hiked it, it wasn't safe. I found a report from a year before. Some solo hiker from Utah had tried to make the same trip in June. He was found dead at the bottom. Heat stroke, dehydration. One of the rangers who found the body said he looked like he'd just sat down and never got up. No sign of struggle. No gear missing. That could have been us. Still, none of that explained the guy at the river. I never saw him again. I've been back to the canyon since. Once on a better trail with more experience and better gear. But I never went near Tanner again. And I never saw anyone throw a racquetball in a river like that. Not once. Over time, I came to think of it like this. The canyon doesn't care about you. It's not evil or haunted or cursed. It's just vast and dangerous. And if you treat it like a playground, it'll chew you up. But sometimes, I think there are people who live in those margins. People who've found a way to stay just out of sight, who know the curves and the water and the heat like they know their own hands. People who don't need GPS or Nalgene bottles or meal packs. He wasn't a ghost. He wasn't a myth. He was just a man who knew something we didn't. And that's what scared me most. It was late October when I got sent out to check on a backcountry boundary marker deep in the eastern section of the park. We'd had a couple reports of a downed tree blocking the trail past the third drainage fork, and some vague mention from a hiker about a weird trap or something near the cutoff. That kind of wording usually meant someone saw a snare or maybe some amateur bushcraft left by survivalist wannabes. The higher-ups didn't want to risk a visitor getting hurt, so I was tasked with taking a full day to hike out there and check it out, maybe overnight if it got late. That area doesn't see much traffic, too steep, too remote, and the trail fades to nothing past the old mining grade. It's a place where you walk a little quieter than usual, not out of fear but respect. Elk sometimes use the ridge to travel at dusk, and black bears den up near the south-facing slopes as the days get colder. I've been a ranger long enough that none of that really bothered me. If anything, I welcomed the solitude. Most of the tourists were gone for the season, and the kids were back in school. The woods felt clean again, cold air, quiet trees, the smell of rot and pine mixed together in that specific way it only does in late fall. I parked my rig at the locked gate and hiked in with my day pack, flagging tape, a GPS, and a collapsible saw. Had my Glock on me, too. Not because I expected trouble, but because it's standard when heading that far out. The hiking was fine. Wind was light. Sky was blue, but washed out the way it gets when the sun's already tilting west. About 4 miles and I found the trail block the caller had mentioned. Some old Doug fir that cracked off about 10 feet up and landed right across the path. Fresh fall, still had color on the needles, bark barely peeling. I logged it on the GPS, made a note to report it for removal if the trail got reopened in spring. For now, I cut a reroute around it with the saw, flagged the alternate, and kept going. Around mile 7, I reached the marker post. It was still standing, half-rotted, sunk deep in leaf litter, but solid enough. A steel cap was bolted on top with the old forestry stamp. I scraped some of the moss off and took a photo. So far, routine. I sat on a flat rock nearby and had some jerky and a granola bar. I didn't feel watched or anxious or any of the usual storybook nonsense. Just cold and still, the way it always is up there. The light started to dim, though, and I decided to keep walking another mile or so before turning back. That was the mistake. Not because of anything dramatic, just because it meant I had to bivvy out unexpectedly. About 30 minutes past the marker, I found the thing the hiker must have been talking about. At first, I thought it was a broken deer stand or some old gear stashed off trail. But when I got closer, I realized it was more deliberate. Someone had built what looked like a hunting blind, except it wasn't placed with any real logic. Just a low, square wall of piled brush and mud, shaped more like a crawl space. Notar no camuflaje netting. Inside, the floor had been dug down a foot or two and lined with sticks. In the center, there was a cut in the earth maybe a foot wide and 3 feet long. Looked like a pit, but not deep, just enough to place something inside. The dirt was dark and clumped like it had been wet recently, and there were little pieces of cloth and what looked like feathers or fur mashed into it. I don't mean scattered, I mean pressed into the mud on purpose. I didn't touch anything. I took pictures from a few angles and marked the GPS. Whatever it was, wasn't legal and probably wasn't safe. I figured it might have been a poacher's blind or some backwoods prepper thing. Could have been from last season and just never reported. Still, something about it gave me pause. It wasn't the structure, it was how far out it was. There's no good game trail nearby, and you'd have to drag all your gear at least 8 miles uphill to get here. Not impossible, but no normal person would bother. I stood there a minute, looking around. That was when I noticed something else. Small sticks shoved into the ground along the clearing's edge, almost like stakes, but short. Each had a piece of colored tape tied near the top. Not ranger tape, bright orange and red, but cut into short, fluttering strips. They circled the brush structure in an irregular ring, spaced about every 4 or 5 feet, some leaning or broken off. I'd never seen anything like it. It felt more like a warning than a marker. The light was going fast, and the air had that damp edge that said frost was coming. I didn't want to backtrack all the way in the dark, so I decided to crash on a flat spot I'd seen a few hundred yards back. I wasn't thrilled about staying near that setup, but I figured I'd bed down and leave before sunrise. I cleared a spot on some dry pine needles, made sure there was no widowmakers above me, and settled in with my bivy sack and cold dinner. The night got quiet and then quieter. No bugs, just nothing. It's not unusual, especially that late in the year, but this was heavy in a way I couldn't place. Around midnight, I woke up needing to piss. I unzipped and stepped out into the cold. That was when I heard something. Not movement, just this low, drawn-out rustling. Not a single sound, but a bunch of soft ones together, like someone dragging sticks in the leaves. It was slow, stopping and starting again. At first, I thought maybe a bear had wandered through and found the strange pit structure. I crouched low and waited, but it wasn't near the structure. The sound was on the other side, closer to the hill behind me. The sound moved uphill, then stopped. Dead still again. I waited. 5 minutes. 10. My breath made small clouds that hung low. Then another sound, not from ahead, but off to the right this time. Still soft. Still dragging. I was fully alert now, body stiff from cold and adrenaline. I didn't move. Whatever it was, wasn't crashing around like an animal. It was deliberate, and that's what started to feel wrong. Not terrifying, not dangerous, just wrong in a human way. I stayed up until dawn, back pressed to a tree, pack on, boots laced, and Glock out. Nothing ever came close. No more sounds after that last one. When the sun finally lit the ridge, I packed and got out. I didn't even stop to eat. Hiked the entire way out in about 5 hours. Once I hit the service road, I reported everything. Photos, coordinates, the weird blind, the flag stakes, the sounds. I sent it straight to my district lead. They said they'd escalate it, maybe send someone out with wildlife enforcement. But a week went by. Then 2. When I asked again, I got the usual brush off. Probably an old survival shelter or nothing to indicate active danger. That was standard language when they didn't want to commit staff or stir up public fear. 2 months later, I got an email from a seasonal ranger who'd done winter checks in that section. He said the blind was gone. Not collapsed, gone. Like someone had taken time to disassemble the whole thing, pack out the dirt, and pull the flag stakes. Not even scrap left behind. He said the only thing still, there was the slight depression in the ground where the pit had been. No tracks. No trash. No sign anyone had been there. I didn't go back that season. I didn't volunteer to check it again the next year, either. And I didn't report the dreams, though I had them for months afterward. Not nightmares. Just a quiet replay of that slow, dragging sound in the dark, over and over, as if my brain hadn't figured out what it was yet. What still gets me, what still keeps me from writing it off completely, is how clean it all was. Not messy like kids or amateurs. Not accidental. Whatever was out there, Whoever made that structure did it with purpose, and they wanted it gone before anyone could see it again. I still go out on solo assignments, still camp alone, hike trails that don't have names, and mark trees that haven't seen a boot print in decades. But that spot, I don't mark it on my personal maps. I don't talk about it unless someone else brings it up. And when I do, I don't add color to the story. I just tell it like it was, I found a structure, I heard a sound, and I left it alone. Because sometimes the only way to stay safe out there isn't to confront the strange. It's to recognize when something isn't meant to be explained, and to leave it right where you found it. I started working as a seasonal backcountry ranger up north in the Idaho Panhandle, deep in the Clearwater Mountains, during my late 20s. It was one of those jobs that looked better on paper. Solitude, wilderness, hiking, wildlife, but turned out to be more exhausting than you could ever imagine. Long weeks of patrol, sometimes in snow, sometimes in deep mud. Black bear sightings weren't even the thing that worried me most. It was the people, more specifically, the ones you never saw coming. The kind of people who end up in the backcountry with a purpose, but not the kind they write down on their trailhead permits. There was a place I'd patrol now and then called Wren Hollow. Not on most maps. It was more of a drainage than anything. A thin line of forested slope that dipped sharply into a valley no one camped in. I liked that about it. You didn't get the weekenders or the reconnecting with nature types there. Too steep, too remote, and the trail was little more than a series of faint switchbacks half swallowed by undergrowth and deadfall. I'd check it maybe once a month during my rotation out of Elk Summit, mostly just to make sure nobody had gotten themselves killed down there. I remember the trip because it was early September and we had a freak cold snap the week before. The kind that dumps snow up top but leaves the valley floors wet and steaming. I was already 2 days into a 4-day loop, sleeping rough and light packing. No tent, just a tarp and bivvy. I'd passed a solo hiker the day before, older guy, beard down to his collarbone, moving slow, big external frame pack. I logged his info and kept moving. We were the only two out there. On day 3, I dropped into Wren Hollow, trying to beat the afternoon rain. The clouds had been hanging thick and bruised since noon, and I figured I'd camp early by the river if I could find a dry spot. I hadn't seen any recent signs of people. No boot prints, no cut branches, no wrappers or fires. Just the land, rough and quiet. Even the birds felt muted. As I dropped down the last stretch of switchbacks, I noticed something strange just below the trail. About 15 feet off, partially hidden behind a clump of dead saplings, was a blue tarp. It was flattened and weathered, like it had been there a while. My first thought was that it was some old hunter's shelter or maybe a drop cache. I figured I'd take a look before setting camp. When I reached it, I realized it wasn't a tarp over gear. It was a tarp nailed to the ground on all 4 corners, half covered with pine needles and rock. I peeled it back slowly. Underneath were bones. Not animal bones. I've done wildlife monitoring for years, and these were shaped wrong. Too long, too thin. They looked dry, sun-bleached, tangled with faded clothing. Jeans, maybe, and the remnants of a boot. I didn't touch anything else. Just stood there staring, letting the rain bead up on my jacket. I marked the coordinates on my GPS and took a few photos for documentation. Then I backed out slow and quiet and climbed 50 yards upslope before setting up camp. I didn't like the idea of sleeping nearby, but light was fading and the trail out was slick and steep. That night, I barely slept. I didn't hear anything unusual, but every time I closed my eyes, I pictured the shape of that tarp. The way it had been pinned down so precisely. It hadn't just been laid there. Someone had made sure it wouldn't come loose. That part stuck with me. At first light, I packed up and began hiking out, following the ridge to the north where the terrain was more open. I had to get to the ranger station with the GPS data. It was about 18 miles out. I moved quick, checking over my shoulder more than usual. About 5 miles into the day, I saw something else that didn't sit right. A tree. More specifically, a sapling, maybe 6 feet tall, that had been stripped of bark in a clean, uniform spiral up the trunk. Not by an animal. The shavings were still at the base, scattered like sawdust. And right at the top, tied to the naked wood, was a strip of cloth. Faded red. I didn't touch it. Just took a photo and kept moving. By the time I made it to the station, it was almost dark. I logged the find, submitted everything to my supervisor, and wrote up a formal report. I figured it was an old death. Maybe a missing hiker from years back. We get them now, and then people vanish into these woods and don't come back. The terrain eats them. But I couldn't shake the way that tarp had been placed. It was too deliberate. A week later, I was sent back out to guide search and rescue to the site. This time we flew in part of the way. Two of us, myself and SAR tech named Brad, then hiked the rest down to the coordinates. The tarp was gone. I checked and double-checked the GPS, same spot. Same log pile nearby. Same angled tree leaning over the slope. But the tarp, the bones, the boot gone. Not disturbed. Not scattered by animals. Just completely gone. Even the earth looked flattened, like someone had come through with a rake and smoothed it over. We canvassed a 100-yard radius and didn't find a single trace. Brad didn't say anything, but I could tell he didn't quite believe me. I didn't blame him. After we got back, I pulled on my photos. They were still there, clear as day. But that didn't matter without physical evidence. We logged it as inconclusive, and I caught a lot of flack from the higher-ups about wasting resources. I let it drop after that. What else could I do? A month passed. I stuck to other routes. Wren Hollow was scrubbed from my list. Then, sometime in mid-October, I got a call on the station radio during an overnight shift. It was a garbled, static-laced signal, barely audible, but what I heard made my stomach clench. It was a PLB ping, personal locator beacon, registered to a man named Eli Probst. A hiker who'd gone missing 5 years earlier in the Wren Hollow area. Presumed dead. The signal wasn't strong enough to triangulate precisely, but it gave us a 3-mile radius. Right over the section I'd hiked. SAR launched another flight the next morning. Nothing was found. The signal was gone, like it had never happened. I took a couple weeks off after that. Burnout, they said. I didn't argue. I was tired. Mentally, physically, spiritually. You spend enough time out there, and things begin to blur. Shadows start to look like people. Sounds carried differently. Your brain tries to connect the dots, even when there aren't any. Still, something didn't sit right. I came back mid-November. Most of the high country was already buried in snow. The lower canyons were still passable, barely. I kept to the marked trails, stuck to routine. The forest was quiet. Then, near the end of the month, we had another odd report. A hunter, camping legally just west of Wren Hollow, found a tree with dozens of strips of cloth nailed to it. Red, blue, white. Some old, some new. All different fabrics. Nylon, denim, flannel. He took a picture and left it alone. Smart man. I asked for the coordinates. Sure enough, it was about a mile from where I'd found the tarp. I volunteered to hike out and take a closer look. I arrived at the tree in the early afternoon. It was dead, probably lightning struck years ago, but still upright. The fabric strips were nailed in a near-perfect spiral from knee height to over my head. Most were tattered, hanging loose. Wind had frayed the ends like feathers. A few had writing on them. Black marker, faded with time. Names, dates, phrases like watcher and not mine. I took photos, bagged a couple loose ones, and backed out. The forest felt different on the walk back, like it was watching. I know how that sounds. But when you're alone out there, your instincts keep a sharper edge. You learn to feel what's normal and what's not. And this wasn't normal. That night, I stayed in the cabin at Elk Summit. One of the other rangers, Matt, was rotating in for the week. He asked about the find, and I told him enough to satisfy curiosity. He didn't ask much else. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of footsteps on the gravel outside. Not boots, not crunching, just soft steps like bare feet. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door. No one was there, just cold wind and frost forming on the railing. I didn't sleep after that. I sat up with the lantern on, staring at the tree ling. I didn't tell anyone about the footsteps. What was the point? There were no tracks, no signs of entry, just a feeling, strong and low in my gut, that something was closing in. Not fast, just slow, patient. The season ended 2 weeks later. I packed up and left. I haven't gone back since. A few months ago, now years removed from all of it, I got a letter forwarded to me through the park office. No return address. Just a blank envelope with a folded sheet of paper inside. On it was a hand-drawn map of Wren Hollow, marked with an X in red ink. Along the bottom edge, written in block letters, was one sentence. You weren't supposed to see it. That was the moment I realized whatever I found that day wasn't just a lost hiker or a forgotten grave. Someone, maybe more than one, was using that part of the forest for something else. Something they didn't want found. I'd stumbled on it by accident, and then someone had gone through the trouble of cleaning it up, removing the tarp, the bones, smoothing the earth. Even the SAR crew never noticed a thing. I haven't hiked since. I stay out of the woods now. Every so often, I'll dream about the blue tarp. I'll see it pinned to the earth, tight corners, pine needles pressed into the folds. And I'll hear that same sound. I've been a backcountry ranger for just over 7 years when this happened. I've been stationed all over Idaho, Colorado, Arizona, a short stint in Maine, but at the time I was working out of a small ranger station tucked deep in a remote section of southern Utah. High desert country, sandstone plateaus, scrub pine, big open skies. It's not the kind of place that draws crowds, which was fine by me. I wasn't one for people much anymore. I liked the quiet, the stillness. The job suited me. Hiking remote trails, checking permits, writing reports about erosion damage or abandoned fire rings. In mid-May, I got assigned to a week-long patrol along an old, barely maintained loop trail called Cedar, Washington. It cut through a canyon system that hadn't seen regular foot traffic in years. The route was about 30 miles total, all backcountry, no cell service, no established campsites, just markers and cairns left over from a better-funded era. A recent rockfall had reportedly blocked part of the trail, so I was sent in to assess it, flag it, and maybe even reroute hikers if needed. It was a routine job. Nothing stood out about it. I'd packed up my usual kit, tent, food for 8 days, GPS, paper maps, sat phone in case of emergency, and set off early on a Monday morning. The first couple of days were uneventful. I made good time, kept detailed notes. The terrain was dry and exposed, and the temperatures were already pushing into the 90s by midday, which meant I hiked mostly in the mornings and evenings. By day 3, I was deep into the canyon section. The walls rose up around me in red and orange bands, and the trail narrowed down to a barely there thread in some places. But I wasn't worried. Idę navigata, Bursa. That evening I found a decent flat area beside a dry creek bed and set up camp. The stars were bright and the wind had calmed, and I remember feeling relaxed. I made a small cold meal, wrote a few notes in my field journal, and turned in early. That night, though, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a sound that didn't belong. Not an animal, not the wind. It was a metallic clatter. Quick, sharp, like something had knocked over one of my gear items. I sat up in my sleeping bag and listened, heart thudding. Then silence. I didn't hear anything else, so I unzipped the tent and scanned around with my headlamp. My cookpot was flipped upside down about 10 feet from where I'd left it, and a couple of pebbles were scattered in a weird pattern near it. Not like they'd been kicked, more like they'd been picked up and dropped. I stood there for a minute, light sweeping the rocks and shrubs. Nothing. No eye shine, no movement. I figured it was a ringtail or a fox. I set the pot back and went back to sleep. The next day, I moved deeper into the canyon. Around mid-afternoon, I reached the rockfall area. It was bad, more like a small landslide than a simple rockfall. The trail was gone under tons of debris, but there was a possible way to reroute through a side channel to the north. I made notes, took GPS points, and flagged a few markers. That work took longer than I thought it would, so I set up camp early, not far from the junction of the side channel. It was a tight, quiet spot, shaded by overhanging rock. Too quiet, actually, not even birdsong. I noticed that as the sun dropped, the wind didn't pick up like it usually did. The air was just still, and I started to feel uneasy. I couldn't shake the sense that something was off. I chalked it up to being alone for too long. Happens sometimes. Your brain plays tricks. But that night, the sound came again. This time it was heavier, more deliberate, crunching footfalls on gravel. Slow, one at a time, then silence, then another. I froze in my tent, holding my breath, listening so hard my ears rang. I didn't move. I just lay there, every muscle tense. The steps stopped, and I heard something shift just outside. Not wind. Something solid brushing canvas or brushing the corner of the tent. Then nothing. No footsteps walking away. No rustle of an animal. Just gone. I didn't sleep after that. When the sun came up, I got out and checked everything. No tracks. Nothing disturbed except the same pot, again flipped over. This time, it had been set upright again on top of a flat rock like someone had placed it there on purpose. That made no sense. I'd packed it away that night inside my pack. No animal did that. I stood there in the morning light trying to make sense of it. I looked around at the canyon walls, the boulders, the trail behind me. Nothing moved. Still no wind. Still no birds. It felt like the whole place was holding its breath. I packed up fast and got moving. My plan was to cut the trip short and head back a different way, using an old game trail that looped around the mesa above. It would be a tough climb, but I didn't care. I wanted to be out. As I made my way up the side channel, I started noticing more strange things. A pile of sticks laid out in a grid formation. Not natural. A circle of stones with nothing inside it. And farther up, I found a small plastic water bottle, sun-bleached and half full. The kind you'd get from a gas station. No hiker in their right mind would carry that kind of bottle out here. It had no label, just a few faded letters in Sharpie. June. I picked it up, opened it, sniffed it, water. Clean, as far as I could tell. But I didn't drink it. About an hour after that, I found a first real sign that something was wrong. Deep in a cleft between two outcroppings, I stumbled onto a small camp. It wasn't on any map, and it wasn't recent. The tent was collapsed, bleached by the sun. Most of the gear was rotten, but there were still things scattered around. An old boot, a half-melted lighter, a rusted camp stove, and a notebook sealed in a Ziploc bag, half buried under a flat stone. I pulled it out and flipped through it. The pages were warped and faded, but some writing was still legible. The entries started normal, trail notes, dates, locations. Then they turned erratic. Shorter, scattered thoughts. Some entries just said things like the noise again, or woke up and it was moved. One said they're above me now, watching, and the last few pages were just frantic scrawls. Nothing coherent. I felt something cold run down my spine as I stood there reading. Whoever wrote it never reported back. I checked the back page for a name, a phone number, nothing. No ID, no permit, no sign anyone ever came looking. I marked the coordinates and left the notebook in place. I didn't want it with me. From there, I climbed hard for several hours until I reached the mesa. The trail leveled out, and I could see for miles in every direction. Red rock ridges, dry basins, black brush, and juniper. I took a break and drank some water, trying to calm myself. I convinced myself the old camp had nothing to do with what I'd heard at night. Probably just some solo hiker who went off trail and got turned around. It happens. Still, the notebook had gotten under my skin. I pushed on, wanting to be closer to the exit trailhead by nightfall. But around 4 p.m., I came across something that stopped me dead. Just off the trail, barely visible in the scrub, there was a structure. Not a building. More like a lean-to made from dead branches and woven brush. Too intentional to be random debris. I walked over and examined it. It was low to the ground, maybe 3 feet tall, just big enough for a person to crawl into. Inside were scraps of fabric, some plastic wrappers, a blackened tin can, and the smell, something stale and sour. I backed away, unsettled. I marked it on my GPS and kept moving, faster now. I wanted distance between me and that thing before dark. I hiked until twilight and found a bare patch of rock to sleep on. No brush nearby, no places for anything to hide. I set up my tent in the open, cooked a quick meal, and lay there listening. The quiet was worse now. Too complete. No insects, no wind, no estamos. That night, I didn't sleep. Around midnight, I saw a light moving on the far edge of the mesa. A soft white glow, low to the ground. I killed my headlamp and crouched near a boulder, watching. The light bobbed slightly, like it was being carried. But there was no beam, no flicker. Just steady light. It moved in a straight line, stopped, then vanished. I stayed crouched for over an hour. Nothing else happened. At first light, I broke camp and pushed hard. I was only about 9 miles from the service road where I'd parked. I made it out by late morning. My truck was right where I left it, undisturbed. I climbed in, locked the doors, and just sat there, breathing. Then I drove straight back to the ranger station. I filed a full report: trail damage, reroute recommendations, flag waypoints. I included notes about the abandoned camp and the lean-to. I left out the night sounds and the notebook. I didn't want to deal with the kind of attention those things brought. I told myself I imagined most of it anyway, that it was the isolation, the heat, the silence. Maybe it was. 2 weeks later, I heard from another ranger who took a separate patrol route through the same canyon. He came back early, spooked. He didn't say much, just that something wasn't right out there, that he'd seen weird signs and felt watched. He left his route halfway and returned without explanation. We never talked about it again. A month after that, the district office closed off the Cedar Wash Loop to hikers due to unstable conditions and lack of trail support. I was about 6 months into my seasonal ranger position when the weirdest thing I've ever experienced happened. I was stationed at a state forest in northern Minnesota that bordered a huge patch of wilderness. It was one of those places where the paved roads turned to dirt, and then the dirt roads just sort of ended in sand and pine needles. The kind of place where even the locals stayed on the main trails, and the deer had no reason to be afraid of humans. They just stand there and stare. My job mostly involved trail inspections, monitoring fire risk, and checking in on dispersed campers. It was early fall, just before the color change really started. The air had that dry, sharp edge in the mornings, and you could smell the cold coming in the moss and the leaves. It's my favorite time of year out there. Most of the tourists had packed up after Labor Day, so it was just the die-hard backwoods types left, quiet, self-contained people who didn't need anything from anyone. I liked that kind of solitude. I liked checking long stretches of trail without seeing a soul. That day, I'd been assigned to hike out to the northwestern corner of our district to check on a fire tower that hadn't had eyes on it in weeks. It wasn't staffed anymore, just an old relic from when people still sat in those things full time, but we were still supposed to make sure nobody had broken into it or set up camp around the base. There was also a pit toilet and a tiny gravel pull-off nearby, barely big enough for one vehicle. You had to drive about 3 miles down an unmaintained forest road to even reach that spot. The truck got me as close as I could get. I left it at the last gate, slung my pack over my shoulder, and started the hike in. The sky was gray and heavy. Not stormy, just blank. No bird song, no bugs, not even wind. Just that total dead stillness that settles over the woods sometimes and makes your ears ring a little. It was about a 4-mile hike to the tower. The trail wasn't really a trail, just a faded line through the undergrowth, a combination of old blaze marks and cairns that were easy to miss if you weren't paying attention. There were a few fallen trees I had to climb over, and I kept having to push alder branches out of my face. The air smelled like wet pine needles and old rain. As I got closer to the tower, the woods changed. Fewer conifers, more twisted oak and birch. The ground got rockier, and the trail became harder to follow. I noticed something strange around the 3rd mile: boot prints. A lot of them. Not fresh, maybe a day or 2 old, but definitely not mine. I saw at least 3 different sets, 2 with pretty standard treads like hiking boots, but one set had this strange pattern, like little diamonds or netting across the sole, almost like old military jungle boots or something. That's not entirely unusual, of course. People wander off the trails all the time, but something about the way these tracks were moving gave me a weird feeling. They weren't going in or out. They were looping, crisscrossing, overlapping. Whoever made them had walked around this stretch over and over, never more than 50 yards in either direction, just circling, like they were looking for something or avoiding something. I took a break near a big glacial boulder, drank some water, and marked my location on my GPS. The whole time, I felt watched. Not just paranoid, really watched. I couldn't shake it, but I hadn't seen any animals, no other people, nothing but those boot prints. I pushed on, figuring it was just one of those places that felt weird because it was too quiet. I reached the tower around noon. It looked the same as ever: rusting frame, rotting wooden steps, locked hatch at the top. Nobody had tried to break in. The area around it looked mostly untouched. No trash, no fire rings, no cigarette butts. But when I circled the base, I noticed something off. Someone had wedged a stick, a thick, freshly cut limb, between the bottom stairs, bending it slightly. It was too green to have fallen that way naturally, and it had been shaved at the end with a knife. Not cleanly, either. Rough, like someone in a hurry had stripped it down just enough to wedge it in. I pulled it free and tossed it aside. It was probably just someone fooling around. But when I looked down at the ground again, I saw something that made me stop. There were scrape marks, faint, but definitely there, under the gravel. Like someone had dragged something heavy across the ground in a rough semicircle behind the tower. Something wide, flat, and uncooperative. I followed them for a bit, thinking it might have been a game cart or maybe someone hauling firewood. They led to a narrow trench, maybe 10 feet long, sunk into the earth just beyond a cluster of saplings. It wasn't a trail, not exactly, just an impression. But what stood out was how fresh it looked. Like the moss and duff had been scraped away recently. And at the end of it was a pile of brush that didn't belong there. I stepped closer and nudged the pile with my boot. Beneath the sticks was a torn blue tarp, partially buried under loose soil. I froze. Every alarm in my body went off at once. Tarps in the middle of nowhere are never good news. I reached for the radio on my shoulder and called it in. Standard protocol when you find anything suspicious in the backcountry. But the signal was garbage. Just static. I had to make a choice. Hike all the way back to the truck and drive into range, or investigate enough to know what I was dealing with. I didn't want to mess with anything that could be evidence, but I had to be sure it wasn't a body or something serious. So I knelt beside the tarp and peeled it back slowly. It wasn't a body. Not exactly. It was a collection of items: rotting canvas duffel, crushed aluminum cans, a moldy sleeping bag, and a rusted machete. Old, like it had been there all summer, maybe longer, but none of it had grown over. Someone had just disturbed it. Recently. The sleeping bag had dark stains on it. Not fresh, but unmistakable. I didn't smell anything strong, though. Just mildew. Still, I backed off. Something about it felt wrong. Not just the pile itself, but the way it had been hidden, then redisturbed. Like someone had come back to check on it. I marked the location, took some pictures with my phone, and started the hike back toward the truck. I moved faster than before, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. I never saw anyone, but I swear I heard movement to my left as I went. Just footsteps, never too close, never clear. Always off trail. When I got back to the gate, I noticed the chain had been moved. Not broken, not unlocked, just shifted, like someone had lifted it and set it back down differently. My truck was untouched, but I still did a walk around. No slashed tires, no broken windows. Still, I kept the doors locked the whole drive back. Once I had a signal again, I called it in and passed the location to law enforcement. They sent someone out later that day and flagged the site. I didn't go back out there. I wasn't asked to. A week went by with no update, then another. Finally, I got word from the district office, official word. The items I found had been linked to an illegal long-term squatter who'd been on the run from several warrants across state lines. They traced him through fingerprints on machete. Apparently, he'd been living off-grid in that forest for the better part of a year, squatting in old hunting cabins, scavenging, avoiding roads. They never caught him, but here's the part that stuck with me. One of the other rangers found a second site 3 miles north of the tower. Another tarp, another trench, another pile of disturbed belongings. Same tarp, same kind of duffel, but this one had animal bones in it. Cleaned, arranged, like someone had been using them for something. After that, they stopped sending anyone solo out that way. We were told not to patrol that quadrant without backup. They didn't make a big deal of it publicly, just added new guidelines. But I knew what they were really doing. They were trying to avoid the next call being worse. I've done a lot of trail work and inspections since then. Seen bear dens, meth trash, survivalists, and even a plane crash once. But nothing has stuck with me like that hike. The absolute silence. The looping footprints. That watching feeling that never left me. I don't think I was alone out there. Not for a minute. And the thing is, I don't think he ever left. Not really. Not someone who can live like that, hiding in plain sight, watching without being seen. Every time I hike a trail now, I think about that stick wedged in the tower stairs. It wasn't random. It was a warning, a message, something about that made me realize how easily someone could track me out there. Learn my routines, know when I was coming. It changed the way I move through the woods. I still love the silence, the deep green shade, the long, empty trails. But I don't ignore the feeling anymore when something feels off. I slow down. I check behind me. I listen harder. Because the woods don't need to be haunted to scare you. People are enough, especially the kind that live out there, just under the surface, quiet and careful. The ones who don't want to be found. And after that day, I believe they're out there. Not everywhere, but in certain places. Places that never feel quite empty. I never went back to that tower. I never will. It was the middle of October when I got assigned a temporary backcountry posting in the high desert stretch of the National Monument in southern Utah. I worked mostly in forests, tall pines, cold lakes, places that felt alive in a very different way. This area was dry, open, and strange in how quiet it got. Red rock canyons carved by wind, scattered pinyon juniper trees, and a kind of stillness that pressed on your ears. Not eerie exactly, but lonely in a way that crept up on you when the sun went down. The assignment was supposed to be 2 weeks. A few hikers had gone off trail and reported some odd campsites and markings etched into sandstone walls. No one had gotten hurt, no emergency, just some weird stuff that the regional supervisor wanted documented and cleaned up. They thought maybe kids had been out there spray, painting, or carving things into rock faces. Harmless mischief at worst. I was told to bring a camera, mark GPS locations, and flag anything that looked like vandalism for cleanup later. The backcountry cabin where I was supposed to stay was nearly 25 miles from the nearest road. Just a one-room structure used for weather shelter and gear storage. No electricity, no running water. I had a solar panel for charging devices and a big water tank hauled in during the summer. Enough supplies to last me comfortably for 2 weeks. I brought a journal too. Thought I'd pass the time scribbling out some field notes or maybe just trying to clear my head. The hike was long, slow. I parked the service vehicle near an old trailhead that barely saw traffic anymore, and from there it was an uphill climb through sandstone shelves and slick rock valleys. Everything was layered in red and white bands, like a peeled back earth. I stopped once around midday to get my bearings and take in a view. You could see forever out there. No sign of people. Just endless ridges and shallow canyons snaking away in every direction. By the time I reached the cabin, it was nearly dark. The sun dipped behind a ridge, and the whole landscape turned purple and pink. The cabin itself looked fine, weather-worn but solid. It had a small porch, an old wood stove, and narrow cot inside. I unpacked, set up the solar rig on a clear patch of rock, and made a small dinner out of canned beans and jerky. The silence hit me hard that first night. Not a single breeze, no insects, not even the usual hum of night birds. Just an empty, pressing quiet that made me feel like I'd been dropped off on another planet. Over the next few days, I started exploring the canyons and ravines nearby. I marked off areas on my topographic map, stuck to shaded routes in the mornings, and moved slowly. The terrain was tricky. Crumbly ledges, steep drop-offs, and the ever-present risk of breaking an ankle miles from help. I had my radio, GPS beacon, and a routine for checking in at scheduled times. No issues. I did start finding the weird stuff pretty quick though. About 3 miles from the cabin, tucked into a narrow side canyon, I found the first markings. Not spray paint, not scratches. Someone had carved long, shallow symbols into the sandstone wall. Almost geometric. Interlocking lines and shapes about 6 inches wide. They looked deliberate but not artistic. Not tribal either. I had a reference booklet with native rock art comparisons, and this didn't match anything from the region. It didn't look like letters or words. Just shapes that gave me a strange feeling when I stared at them too long. I took pictures, recorded the GPS location, and kept going. I figured I'd write it all up later and let someone else decide what it meant. Then I started finding the camp remnants. The first one was on a rocky shelf under a shallow overhang. Small fire pit, cold and filled with charcoal and scraps of tinfoil. Nearby, a circle of stones surrounding what looked like animal bones. Some kind of small game, maybe rabbit or a fox. Picked clean, the bones arranged carefully in a tight spiral with a flat stone in the middle. No gear left behind, no trash, just the bones and a thin strip of cloth tied around one of the stones. Pale blue, like a hospital gown or scrub top. That was the first time I felt something in my gut tighten up. You see weird stuff in the field. People make strange choices when they think no one's watching. But this felt different. Not spontaneous or random. More like a pattern I didn't understand. Over the next week, I found 4 more of those camps. Always in secluded spots. Always with the same kind of markings. Symbols carved into rock, bones placed in deliberate patterns, and strips of that same pale fabric. One even had a small pile of feathers laid out in a square grid, each one pinned under a pebble. That one gave me goosebumps. Not because it was violent or messy, it wasn't, but because it had the kind of precision that felt off. Not like a kid playing around. Like someone following a set of rules I wasn't part of. I started logging the camps more carefully. Tried to look for a path between them. They weren't placed randomly. There was a line to them, rough but clear. They followed a bend in the canyon system, looping around toward the northeast where the cliffs grew higher and the land rougher. The last camp I found was higher up than the others, set on a ledge with a wide view across the desert. This one had a frame of sticks lashed together with what looked like braided hair. Human, probably. Maybe animal. I didn't touch it. Took my pictures, wrote my notes, and got the hell out of there before sunset. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something about that last camp rattled me hard. I kept replaying the layout in my head. The stick frame, the hair, the way the stones around the fire pit had been placed in a 5-point star, but misshapen like someone didn't know how to draw one and just guessed. I kept the cabin door locked, even though I was miles from anyone. Sat up in my sleeping bag for hours just listening. That's when I noticed the sounds had changed. The silence wasn't total anymore. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, I started hearing soft tapping sounds outside the cabin. Not footsteps, not animals, just a faint tick-tick-tick on the wood porch, like something brushing or tapping slowly and then stopping. Every few minutes it would happen again. I waited, not moving. Finally, just before dawn, I stepped outside with my flashlight and scanned the ground. Nothing. No tracks. No signs of life. Just the wind picking up and the trees creaking in the distance. I spent the next day inside, organizing my reports and trying to make sense of what I'd found. I didn't want to go back into those canyons. Something about them felt wrong now, like I'd pushed too far into someone else's space. But I still had 3 days left on the assignment. I figured I'd just stay close to the cabin, do surface patrols, and keep things easy until my scheduled pickup. On the second to last night, I woke up around midnight and realized the tapping was back. This time it was faster, and it didn't stop after a few taps. It circled the cabin, light and quick, like fingertips brushing across the wood walls. I didn't move, just held still and listened, heart pounding. After maybe 10 minutes it stopped. Then came a new sound, something soft scraping against the front door like a stick or a knife being dragged slowly across the wood. I grabbed the flare gun from my pack. Didn't want to use it unless I had to, but it made me feel better. I waited until the scraping stopped, then rushed the door and swung it open with the flashlight blazing. Again, nothing. No one. No tracks. But this time something had been left behind. Right in the center of the porch was a pile of stones, neatly stacked in a pyramid. On top was a strip of blue fabric, soaked in what looked like dry blood. It was folded and placed perfectly flat, like an offering. I stepped back, slammed the door, and didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I made up my mind. I wasn't waiting another day. I packed everything, loaded my gear, shut down the solar panel, and left the cabin by sunrise. I had enough water and food to make it back to the truck in a straight push if I kept a steady pace. I didn't stop to rest or eat, just moved, always glancing over my shoulder. Somewhere near the halfway point, I heard movement behind me on the rocks. A scuff of boot on sandstone. I turned, flashlight ready, and scanned the slope above me. No one, but I swear I caught a glimpse of something, just a flicker of motion behind a rock outcrop. Could have been an animal. Could have been wind. But it didn't feel like either. I didn't stop again. I reached the truck around 4 in the afternoon, muscles shaking, mouth dry. I tossed my gear in the back, locked the doors, and drove until I hit pavement. Once I had signal, I called it in. Told them I was cutting the assignment short. Said there were signs of possible squatters in the area, and flagged it for follow-up. I didn't go into details. I wrote my final report that night in a hotel outside the nearest town. I left out a lot. Not because I was afraid no one would believe me. Oh, that was part of it. But because I didn't know how to explain any of it. What was I supposed to say? That I found altars made of bones? That someone left bloody cloth on my porch without making a sound? That there were people out there living by rules I couldn't even begin to understand? A month later, I got a follow-up email from the regional office. They'd sent a small team to check out the sites I'd flagged. According to the report, I started working full-time as a seasonal backcountry ranger in the Salmon Challis National Forest out in central Idaho. It's remote country, rugged, steep, scattered with winding canyons, thick stands of fir and pine, and miles of trail that rarely see more than a few dozen hikers a year. It's a huge stretch of forest. My job was to patrol a 30-mile loop through one of the rougher parts of the range, clear blowdowns, check permits, make notes on trail conditions, and keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. Lost hikers, illegal hunting camps, damage to wilderness signs. Mostly routine, though the area itself never really feels routine. It's too big, too quiet. I was camped alone about 12 miles in on the second night of a 5-day patrol. This loop took me down through a series of creek valleys, up over an exposed saddle, and then back into some deep timber near the base of a peak called Big Table Mountain. No cell service. No radio signals from base camp, except on the ridge lines. You're really alone out there, and that's usually fine. I like solitude. I even sleep better out in the wild than I do back home. The second night, I made camp in a little meadow off trail, not far from a spring I'd visited the season before. I got on a late start that morning because I'd been clearing a massive lodgepole pine that had fallen across the trail a few miles back. It took almost 3 hours with the crosscut and wedges. My arms were sore. I set my tent on a flat patch under a big spruce, cleaned up, ate some dehydrated beef stew, and tucked in just after the sun went down. It was maybe 3 a.m. when I woke up. Not to any noise, just that kind of sudden alertness that sometimes hits when you're out alone. I didn't hear anything at first, but I felt off. Not scared exactly, just very aware. My heart was beating faster than it should have been. I sat up, unzipped the tent slowly, and poked my head out. The moon was maybe a day past full, throwing pale light across the clearing. Nothing moved, no wind. I didn't hear any owls or coyotes. It was dead still, which didn't make sense for where I was. Even in the quietest parts of the forest, there's always some sound. Branches creaking, voles in the grass, a tree settling. This was complete silence, like the woods were holding their breath. I stayed there for a while, scanning the tree line. After maybe 5 minutes, I figured it was just a weird dream or my body reacting to the cold, and I went back inside the tent and lay down. I didn't fall asleep, though. I just watched the fabric of the ceiling and waited for the faint blue of morning. The feeling didn't pass. The next day, I hiked about 9 miles up to the saddle. It was a steep climb through switchbacks and shale fields. Around noon, I stopped to eat and filter water from a snowmelt stream. Still hadn't seen anyone since I left the trailhead 2 days before. That's normal. This wasn't a popular area. It made my job simpler, but it also meant if something went wrong out here, I'd be on my own for a long while. On the way down the other side of the saddle, I started noticing something strange. I passed by a little game trail and saw boot prints in the dirt. Not fresh, maybe a day old, but they weren't where they should have been. There's a proper trail, just a couple 100 feet uphill. No reason anyone would cut through the brush here unless they were deliberately avoiding the path. That caught my attention, so I followed the prints for a bit. They led into some denser woods and then vanished in the duff. Not unusual. Forest floor doesn't always keep prints well, but it stuck in my head. A lot of illegal camps or poaching operations try to avoid main trails. I marked the location on my map and kept moving. That night, I made camp near a series of switchbacks leading into an area called Burnt Basin. I planned to spend the night in a dry patch of ground near a cluster of big granite boulders. Not much cover, but it was flat, and I liked being able to see the tree line clearly in all directions. I made a small fire to cook my meal, jotted some trail condition notes in my logbook, and settled in as the light faded. Around midnight, I woke up again. This time I had heard something. It was a soft, scraping noise, not like branches or an animal moving through brush. It sounded artificial, like something dragging across rock. I stayed absolutely still, eyes open, breathing shallow. The sound came again, this time closer. A dry shuffling sound, like something being pulled or pushed against the granite slab just outside my tent. I eased a hand toward my flashlight and flicked it on quickly, unzipping the tent in one motion and scanning the beam in an arc. Nothing, just rocks, my gear, and shadows. But one of the rocks, one I remembered clearly from setting up camp, wasn't where it had been. It had been moved maybe 4 or 5 feet. It was a small one about the size of a football, and I'd used it to prop up the back of my wind tarp. Now it was sitting near the edge of the clearing. That made the hairs on my arms stand up. Rocks don't move on their own. A raccoon couldn't drag it. A bear might have kicked it, but there'd be more signs, scat, prints, sniff marks on my gear. I didn't see anything like that. I spent the rest of the night half awake, flashlight on my chest, knife in my boot. No more noises. Just the usual nighttime sounds, finally back to normal. But I couldn't relax. The next day, I debated cutting my patrol short. I was only a day and a half from my exit trailhead, and I'd already completed the loop. But part of me didn't like the idea of running from something I couldn't explain. I figured if someone was messing around out here, moving rocks, sneaking around campsites, I needed to know who and why. That's part of my job. I decided to sweep the drainage below Burnt Basin. There are a few flat shelves down there where people sometimes set up hidden hunting camps. I dropped into the trees mid-morning and began working a slow grid pattern through the timber. About 2 hours in, I found what I was looking for. It was a camp, or had been. A crude lean-to made of pine boughs and old tarps sat back in the shadows of a stone overhang. Looked like it hadn't been used in at least a week. There was a small fire ring, some flattened gear, and a pile of trash. Empty canned food, torn wrappers, duct tape, zip ties. But what stood out most was the smell. It was strong, sour and metallic, like blood and rotting meat. I checked for animal remains first. Sometimes poachers leave behind gut piles. Nothing. No bones, no pelts, nothing to explain that stench. I looked around more carefully. Under the tarp, I found a stash of items that didn't make sense. A pair of rusted bolt cutters, 3 disposable cameras, a bunch of black clothing rolled into a ball, all of it damp, a cracked GPS unit, a knife with a blackened blade and tape around the handle. None of it was illegal in itself, but taken together, it felt off. Like whoever had been here wasn't just some lost hunter. They were hiding something. I marked the location with orange flagging, wrote down everything I saw, and packed out one of the cameras and the knife in an evidence bag I always kept in my pack. I'd report it when I got back to the ranger station, but I didn't feel great about staying the night anywhere near that spot. I climbed out of the basin and headed toward a flat ledge I knew a few miles away, hoping I'd make it before sunset. The ledge was exposed, but had a good view in all directions. I figured if someone was following me or watching, I'd be able to see them up here. I pitched my tent right against a rock face and sat for a long time just watching the tree line below. I still hadn't seen another soul. No movement, no smoke, just that nagging feeling again like I was being watched. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined footsteps crunching just out of reach or a shadow leaning over the tent. Morning couldn't come fast enough. I packed up and started the hike out fast, following a game trail shortcut that'd shave about an hour off my exit. I was maybe 2 miles from the trailhead when I saw something that made my stomach turn. A strip of red cloth hanging from a tree branch. It was tied deliberately 2 tight knots about shoulder height. Below it, the dirt was scuffed up. There were boot prints and something else. Long, dragging marks, like someone had pulled a heavy bag or body through the duff. I didn't follow the marks. I wanted to, but but something told me not to go further alone. I marked the spot on my map and got out of the woods as fast as I could. Back at the station, I filed my report, logged the evidence, and handed it off to law enforcement. They launched an investigation, sent in a team, combed the area. They found the old camp. They found more drag marks. They found a tree with what looked like dried blood on the trunk. But no body, no person, no conclusive evidence of foul play. Just a lot of signs that something bad had happened, and someone had worked very hard to cover it up. The disposable camera I brought back had 5 usable photos. All of them were taken at night. Forest scenes, rocks, a close-up of bark. One of the photos showed what looked like a tent, mine maybe from a distance half lit by moonlight. It was taken from behind a tree. That photo shook me more than anything else. Someone had been watching me, close enough to take a picture, quiet enough that I never saw them. That same night, I heard the rock scrape. They never caught whoever it was. Over time, the report got archived, and the patrol route was adjusted to avoid that basin altogether. Too remote, too I started working as a seasonal park ranger in late April that year, just as the snow finished melting off the higher trails and the backcountry roads started to open again. The park was tucked up in the northwest corner of the country, thick with cedar and hemlock, with long, winding gravel roads that went on for miles without a turnoff. Most of the summer, I was based out of a small fire lookout tower that had been decommissioned for official use, but still served well as a backcountry post. It was quiet up there, isolated, but I liked it that way. The work was mostly hiking trail segments, clearing brush, reporting tree fall, checking permits, and keeping tabs on dispersed campers. There wasn't much action, just long, quiet days walking alone with my pack and notebook. If I saw 3 people in one day, that was a busy shift. By mid-June, the bare grass had started to bloom, and the high lakes were thawed out. I had made a habit of doing my rounds early, then spending a few hours at the lookout, logging my day, and scanning the horizon for smoke or anything unusual. The radio up there wasn't the best, but I could usually get a signal by leaning out the window with the antenna twisted just right. It was around the 3rd week of June when I started noticing strange things. Not huge things, just off. The first was a bag. I was checking a dead-end spur road that led to a trailhead seldom used by anyone but locals. I found a bright orange dry bag sitting right in the middle of the trail parking area. At first, I figured someone had left it by mistake. But when I opened it, it was empty, no name, no gear, nothing. Just bone-dry nylon. Weird, but not too strange. I moved it to the trail kiosk in case someone came back looking for it. 2 days later, I saw the same bag again, or one that looked just like it, further up a ridge trail about 6 miles in. That got my attention. There's no reason for someone to be carrying a dry bag all that way and just leave it by a tree. Again, it was empty. Over the next week, I saw 3 more. One on the side of Switchback, one by a stream crossing, and another deep in a marshy area no one ever hiked into. Same size, same color, all empty. I reported it in my daily log, figuring maybe it was some weird form of littering or a prank. My supervisor didn't comment on it. It was written off as odd, but not a priority. Things escalated not long after. I had a routine for clearing trail segments. I would hike in with a hand saw, flag tape, and a GPS tracker. Anything too big for me to move on my own, I marked and noted for a crew. On July 1st, I was walking a narrow trail that climbed up a ridge west of the fire tower. It was overgrown, little used, and slow going. As I moved deeper, I started to get this feeling. It's hard to describe. Like I wasn't alone. I've felt that before. Animals watching from the brush, the weight of silence pressing in on you. But this was different. It wasn't a sudden jolt of fear. It was more like a slow burn. The further I went, the heavier it got. About 2 miles in, I saw something ahead on the trail. It looked like a coat. Someone had draped a dark green canvas coat over a branch. I walked up to it and stopped. It wasn't just hanging there. It had been sliced down the back, clean through, and the sleeves were missing. The fabric was damp, but not rotting. No blood, no name tag, just a ruined coat. I left it where it was, logged the location, and backed out. The feeling followed me the whole way. When I got back to the tower, I tried to shake it off. Maybe someone ditched it. Maybe it had been there all winter and just survived the snow. Maybe. The next few days were normal. Quiet even. Then the fire reports started coming in. On July 5th, a call came over the radio about a small column of smoke spotted near the base of the ridge I had hiked days before. I was closest, so I headed down. By the time I reached the area, the smoke was gone. No fire ring, no burned patch, nothing. Just a ring of stones with cold ashes that looked weeks old. The lookout who'd called in swore he saw smoke, and I believed him. 2 days later, same thing. This time up north by the lake basin. Another ranger saw it. I hiked up. Nothing. Cold stones. No heat. No smell. No footprints. Like someone lit a fire, let it smoke just long enough to be seen, and then wiped it clean. By July 10th, the calls were coming in almost daily. Always the same pattern. 1 or 2 plumes reported from a distance, but when we got close, nothing. I started to feel like I was chasing ghosts. But there were no ghosts out there. Just thick trees, dirt, rocks, and that heavy silence that sometimes followed me like a shadow. Then came the trail cams. I had a dozen motion-activated trail cameras I rotated across remote areas to monitor wildlife and hiker traffic. They were well hidden, locked to trees, and logged with GPS coordinates. Around July 12th, I want to check the one furthest east near a forgotten horse trail that had nearly vanished in an alder scrub. The camera was gone. Not vandalized. Gone. The lock was clean cut, the tree unmarked. No sign of struggle. No footprints. No broken branches. Just gone. I hiked to the next one. Same thing. Out of 12, I found only 3 still in place, and 2 of those had dead batteries, brand new lithium packs that should have lasted another month. The third still had juice. I popped the SD card into my handheld viewer. The last video it captured was on July 7th, around 3:23 a.m. It showed trees, wind, and movement. A person stepped into frame from the right. No flashlight, no headlamp, just a figure in dark clothes, face hidden, moving fast. They walked straight up to the camera and stared into it. No expression, just stillness. Then the screen went black. The camera never turned off. That meant someone had covered the lens or wrapped it. I took the card and hiked out, cold sweat running down my back the whole way. I gave the footage to my supervisor. He told me to pull the rest of the cameras and keep my patrols tight and close. No more solo runs past dusk. The next 2 weeks blurred. I slept light. Every night, I woke up at least twice thinking I heard movement outside the tower. Once I found a stone placed dead center on the tower's bottom step. Not loose rock. A flat, perfectly round stone that hadn't been there the day before. July 19th, I got a call at 2:14 a.m. from another ranger working down at the main station. He was monitoring fire watch logs and saw a report from a civilian. Hiker claimed to see a man standing in the brush watching campsites along the riverbed. No approach, just standing. I was closest again. I grabbed my flashlight, put on my boots, and hiked a mile and a half down to the site. It was empty. Cold fire pit. Tent flattened. No people. No man in the woods. I did a 360 sweep. Nothing. But I found something I hadn't expected. Another dry bag. Same orange color. This one had something in it. A strip of cloth. Faded denim. Torn and frayed. It looked like it had been ripped off a pant leg. I took it back to the tower. That night, I didn't sleep. July 20th, I hiked a loop around the base of the tower hill, just scanning. About 3/4 of the way around, I found a second stone. Same size, same shape. This one was placed on a stump, centered and clean. A message, maybe, or just a coincidence. I kept moving, didn't report it, didn't want to sound paranoid. 2 days later, things broke wide open. It was a Monday, cloudy. I left the tower just after sunrise to check on a trail to the south that had been blocked by landslide debris earlier in the season. I had my pack, food, water, first aid, and a radio that barely held a signal past 3 miles. The hike took me 4 hours. On the way back, I took a different route, a faint game trail that curved past an old mining shack long since collapsed into moss and rot. I'd passed it a dozen times, but that day something caught my eye. Fresh boot prints in the dirt. Big ones, not mine, and they were headed uphill, away from any trail, away from any known campsite. I followed them. I know I shouldn't have. We're told to call on anything like that. But the signal was too weak, and the prints were fresh. I hiked for nearly an hour, weaving through brush, across gullies, and over a creek. The prints stayed tight, straight, no signs of stopping. Then I found a clearing. At first, I didn't realize what I was looking at. It was just trees, sky, and an open patch of dirt surrounded by tall ferns. But in the center, someone had built a crude shelter. Logs, bark, branches stacked together. Not like a child's fort. This was deliberate. It was covered in camo netting, scraps of tarp, and branches that had been lashed together with strips of denim and rope. Around the edges were more stones, flat ones, in a circle. Each one had something written on it in marker. Words like look, listen, hide, and run. Inside the shelter were bones. Not human, thank God. Deer, squirrel, rabbit. Cleaned and piled neatly. But still, it was clear someone had been living out here. I didn't go inside. I backed away, marked the GPS, and hiked back to the tower in silence, checking behind me every 20 steps. The shelter was too well hidden for a random camper. This was someone trying not to be found. I got the report to the station late that night. I start my day before dawn, as I always do. The sky is still dark, but pale oranges hover on the horizon. I'm Ranger Morgan, with 10 years patrolling Cedar Ridge National Park. The air is sharp, cold enough to feel like a blade, but rising sun promises warmth. I lace up my boots, pack my usual kit: binoculars, first aid, weather radio, map, extra socks, water, emergency blanket, trail food. No ghost knives or fairy dust here. Everything has a purpose. Before heading out, I run through morning checks. Trucks run fine, radios clear, trail markers intact. Cedar Ridge is 12,000 acres of forested hills, dense pines, gravel streams, a handful of dirt roads, and 6 main trails. I know every mile by heart. I cross-checked campgrounds last night. No campers missing. No rescue calls pressing. Just routine. Around 6:15 a.m., I hit the Deer Ridge Trail in my truck. The gravel crunches under tires. Morning mist lies low in the valley. I roll down the window and smell pine. My ears pick up birds calling, robins, chickadees. A deer darts off the roadway, heart pounding in its ribs. That's when I feel it. The forest is too quiet. No wind, no rustle. Even birds hush for a moment. That flushes me fully awake. I park at a pull-off near a wooden sign that reads, Deer Ridge Trail, 6.7 miles loop, moderate. It's around mile marker 2 when I step onto the packed dirt path. It's cool under trees. Sunlight filters through fern and needle carpet. I hike at my usual steady pace, listening, scanning, checking trail markers as I go by. Numbers painted in white show that I passed marker 34. That means half the distance to the ridge lookout point. I rest, sip water, check in by radio. Morgan at marker 34, all clear. Static crackles, then silence. Radio is weak here. That's normal. Up ahead, the trail bends alongside a narrow gully. Rocks along the side slope. I steady my footing and glance into the gully. It's deeper than I thought, lined with moss-slick stones. I pick my way carefully. My mind notes the terrain. If someone slid down, they'd be in trouble. I shake off any thought. No missing hikers reported. I hear a snap, wood underweight. Step careful. Then a scuff. Something off the trail. I freeze. It's scarcely 8:30 in the morning, but the forest seems to draw tight. I call out, anyone there? My voice echoes. Nothing. Then I see it, a water bottle. Half empty, green plastic, by a tree trunk 10 feet off the trail. Not mine. The label says Cascade Spring. That brand is sold near the East Trailhead, 2 miles away. That suggests someone else passed here. But there's no one logged missing. No group reports. Ranger protocol. I note its GPS. I bag it for evidence. I continue. Upward now. Switchbacks zigzag through pine and oak. I'm alone. My boots scrape earth. My pack straps press on shoulders. Needles stick in ankle. Birds still silent. My heart thumps. No freaked out, just alert. At marker 36, a sign says, watch your footing, unstable slope. I edge past. Then I see footprints. Two prints, boot tread impressions in soft mud near the sign. Recent, no dried edges. Same direction as mine, toward Lookout Ridge. Either a lost hiker passed, or maybe something else. Again, no missing person report. I radio dispatch. Unusual footprints up the trail toward Ridge, location marker 36. No reply. I press upward. At 40, halfway to Ridge, bushes block part trail, broken twigs. Someone forced through off trail. I scan. I trip slightly. I look around, uneven and steep. Then my ankle rolls slightly. Pain jolts. I catch myself. Nothing wrong. But again, don't get sloppy. I bandage a minor sprain with athletic tape from kit. Trail ahead is steeper. I keep going. Sun overhead makes patterns on ground. My shadow long, then shorter. Pine cones lean in neat piles at path edges. I count them sometimes, strange habits rangers get. At marker 42, I pause. A breeze. Whisper of wind. But then a faint hum. Not forest wind. That time could be tiredness, but I focus ears. It's low, intermittent. Could be insect swarm or irrigation. No pipes here. It's mechanical. I follow the sound uphill. Trail bends right. I peer through trees. There's a clearing. I catch metal glint. My boots thump as I hurry. They are half-hidden, an ATV. Black, masked by branches, engine cover open, wires hanging. Someone was here recently. No license or park sticker. Huh, that's unauthorized. I tuck behind a tree. Heart pulses. Checklist runs. Unknown person. Vehicle tampered. Footprints. Water bottle. I radio. Unknown ATV parked near marker 42. Tampered engine. No response. Signal weak. I take photos and VIN stamp for later. I call out, "Park ranger, show yourself." Nothing. No rustlings. Silence heavier. My pulse speeds. Away. Report from Ridge. But radio failure. Also, if person is near, might hide. I can't be reckless. I back away, leaving device intact, making note. I continue uphill, but slower. As I approach Ridge crest, noise stops. Forest quiet again. I listen. Birds chirp. Trail levels. I mark location, 43. Outcrop ahead, goes to overlook. I step out. You see valley, tree canopy, winding creek bottom road. No people. I set tripod and camera to record. Take 360-degree photos. Then something catches my eyes. Far east, at the valley bottom near road, a tiny shape weaving through trees. Could be a person glancing up. Primer zoom binoculars. I see figure wearing a dark hoodie, crouching, maybe holding something, looks like a rifle butt or a gun stock. Adrenaline jumps. Hunting isn't allowed this time of year. That's illegal. Could be poacher or dangerous. I radio. Possible armed person near Creek Bottom Road, about 1.2 miles below East Ridge. No info. I track coordinate and note time, 10:12 a.m. I can't stay. I have to descend fast to inform dispatcher. At this elevation, radio made clear. I take one last glance at Ridge, overlook, no other movement. Shadow of clouds drift. I head down via alternative route, East Ridge Trail. Less steep switchbacks, more open. I check pack. 2 water bottles, food, tape, camera, radio buzzing. Good. Trail super quiet. I step carefully. Morning sound's gone. Midday, sun dulls brightness. At markers 50 to 56, my legs ache. Around 57, near bottom, wind picks up and rattles branches. I scan. Nothing. Then twigs snap. 2 steps off trail, crouched. A deer? But it's too rigid. I step aside front. I think decoy, but there's no time. I hurry another 25 yards. I feel watched. My neck prickles. I slow. Binoculars out. Branches shift. No one. Then a voice low, shouting, "Stop." My heart skips. I stop. Look. Figure emerges on trail behind a pine, gun barrel pointed. I identify sights, a rifle. He wears camo jacket, face hidden by balaclava. I raise my empty hands, standard. "Park ranger," I say firm. I step backward. He takes aim. I continue descending, slow. Radio? Might help. My finger hits transmit. Nothing. Pulse racing. I speak again, louder. "Park Ranger Morgan." Step back and drop weapon. Road rattles under tires. Someone's driving up Ridge Road. He swings rifle toward truck. Then he recognizes flattening taillights. He frowns, turns, and flees downhill into forest. I shout, raise radio. Tires crunch to a halt behind me. Back up, Rangers jump out. 2 guys in field gear. They ask quick. I say, no shots fired. Target pointed at me. He ran south. We spread out. I take ride up with 2 Rangers and the driver. We comb ridge, clearing. Nothing. No RPG, no second ATV. No exit tracks. Strange. We radio dispatch command post. They mobilize full team and K9. I ride back to truck. I mark location. East Ridge marker 57. Ranger Jansen and Peters run dogs downhill. I sit and eat granola bar. I stare into trees. At command post, dispatch tells me backup from state troopers coming. We log my statements, fill forms. I mention water bottle, footprints, ATV, lookout, armed man. They schedule ATV tow and lab. Ranger Peters asks, you okay? I nod, body shakes. My mind replays, trail, figure, rifle. But mentally, I'm stable. This is why training matters. We start area search. Trooper arrives. I had only been working that sector for 3 weeks when it happened. It was a remote stretch of backcountry deep in northern New Mexico, in a part of the Carson National Forest not many people visit. Most folks stick to the better-known hiking loops near the ski towns, but my assignment was well off the tourist path. Thick ponderosa groves, aspen thickets, deep canyons choked with deadfall, and miles of trail that hadn't seen human boots in months. It was a relief at first. I'd worked some crowded parks before, places where you spend more time mediating between campers than actually watching the land. This post felt quieter, more honest. Just me, the land, and whatever came with it. I lived out of a tiny ranger station cabin about a half-day's hike from the near service road. No plumbing, no radio except a mounted base unit that barely reached the dispatch tower, and only a weak solar setup that powered a couple lights and charged my GPS. The cabin sat in a clearing on a north-facing slope, tucked just beneath the tree line. It had a short wooden porch, a hand pump for water out front, and enough firewood stacked to last until mid-October. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine for the season. The days passed slow and steady. Morning patrols up to the ridge, checking trail markers, clearing debris, taking notes on erosion, invasive plants, anything worth reporting. I had a decent routine. The wildlife kept to itself mostly mule deer, the occasional bobcat, a family of black bears that moved through once but didn't stay long. The solitude didn't bother me. I'd always been someone who could spend long stretches without another person in sight. The only thing that started getting to me after a while was how quiet it was at night. The wind would fall off completely, and it felt like the forest just stopped breathing. No crickets, no owls, not even the rustling of squirrels in the trees. It was just dead air, like something was holding its breath. About a week before it happened, I noticed the first odd thing. I was walking the southern trail that looped around a canyon basin. Tough hiking, lots of elevation gain, loose shale. I found a small fire pit near a dry wash, about 4 miles off trail. It wasn't recent, but it wasn't old either. No coals left, but the stones were still blackened. I didn't find trash or footprints, just the ring and some flattened grass nearby. That far out, no designated campsite, and no permit logs about anyone being back there. It stood out. I logged it, took pictures, kicked some dirt over the pit. There wasn't much else to do. Sometimes hunters came through without alerting anyone, though technically it was outside the legal zone. It was weird, but not enough to raise alarm. Then, 2 days later, I found something else. It was near the same area, maybe half a mile downslope. A dry hollow tucked between some boulders. I was cutting across to mark an old game trail when I saw movement through the trees. At first, I thought it was a bear, dark, low to the ground, and slow moving. But when I got closer, I saw it wasn't an animal. It was a tarp, dark green, tied tight between 2 trees, almost blending into the undergrowth. I didn't get right up to it first, just stood back and watched, listening. Nothing moved. No sound at all. I moved in after a couple minutes. The tarp was strung up with paracord, and beneath it was a low platform of lashed sticks covered in pine boughs and flattened moss. Someone had built a makeshift shelter. Not recent. There were dry needles piled up on parts of the frame, and some of the branches were gray and brittle. But it wasn't ancient either. Maybe a few weeks old. No food wrappers. No gear. No fire pit nearby. Whoever had built it had taken care to hide it. And they were gone. That one bothered me. It was too well hidden to be a casual camper. Someone had either been living rough for a while or didn't want to be found. I wrote a report, marked the GPS coordinates, and hiked back to the cabin. I tried to raise dispatch on the radio that night, but the line was dead. Weather sometimes killed the signal, and storms had been rolling over the ridge that week. I let it go. A couple days passed. No sign of anyone. Then on the third morning, I woke up before dawn, just as the sky was starting to gray. I was making coffee on the little propane burner when I saw something through the window, just movement at the edge of the tree line, maybe 40 yards out. I stepped onto the porch and scanned the woods. Nothing. I stood there for a long minute, watching the trees. Then I noticed something odd. One of the saplings near the edge was bent at a strange angle, like someone had tied it down. It walked over. Sure enough, there was a length of braided cord wrapped around it, staked into the ground. Fresh. When I followed it, I found more. A crude snare set low for rabbits, or maybe pine marten. It hadn't caught anything, but it wasn't more than a day or two old. I hadn't put it there. Now I was alert. Someone had been close to the cabin. Very close. I did a slow sweep of the clearing, looking for tracks. The ground was mostly dry duff, hard to read, but I did find a heel print in the mud by the water pump. Human. Narrow boot tread, not mine. That made my skin go cold. I spent the rest of the morning circling out in widening loops, checking the perimeter, calling out, scanning the trees. Nothing. The forest was still and quiet. I started to get the creeping sense that I was being watched. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lantern lit and my boots on. The wind had picked up, and the branches scraped the cabin roof in slow, uneven pulses. Around midnight, I heard what sounded like footsteps crunching in the brush outside. They came from the west side, stopped short of the porch, then retreated into the trees. I didn't open the door. I just stood there, one hand on the old .308 bolt action we kept in the gun safe. We weren't supposed to carry it except in emergencies. I decided this counted. The next morning, I hiked back out to the shelter site to check it again. Someone had been there since my last visit. One of the paracord lines was gone, and the pine boughs were disturbed. There were fresh boot prints in the dirt. Small feet. Narrow stride. Definitely not mine. I went back to the cabin, packed a bag, and hiked the 6 miles to the near service road. My truck was parked in a turnout just past the gate. I drove into town and filed a formal report with the field office. The supervisor didn't say much, just raised his eyebrows and said he'd log it and send a sweep team up. But I knew how things worked out here. Budget was tight, and the backcountry got ignored unless there was a fire or a missing hiker. When I got back to the cabin that night, I found something waiting for me. A dead rabbit, skinned and cleaned, laid out neatly on the porch steps. Its eyes were missing. The guts were removed and piled in a separate stack beside the body. There was no blood trail. Someone had left it as a gift. Or a message. I didn't go inside. I stood there for a long time, heart pounding. Then I picked up the rabbit with a stick, tossed it far into the woods, and backed away. I packed everything I could carry, grabbed the rifle, and hiked out again. I made it to the truck by dusk. Slept in the cab that night. Came back at sunrise with a gas can. I didn't tell anyone what I did next. I poured a full gallon of gas over the woodpile, the porch, the door frame, and the tarp-covered lean-to out back. Then I stood there for a few minutes, thinking it over. When I finally dropped the match, I felt sick. The flames caught fast and hot. I stood back and watched the cabin burn down to black embers. It was reckless. Illegal, probably. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been watching me wasn't gone. And I wasn't going to wait around to see what they'd do next. I drove out that morning and didn't stop until I hit the highway. I called in from a gas station a few counties over. Told them there'd been an accident with the propane heater. It wasn't hard to sell. The place was old and dry. The Forest Service wrote it off and assigned me to a new station in the Southern Range. I didn't argue. Months went by. The season ended. I transferred again. New forest, new trails. But I never stopped thinking about that place. I looked up old land use records once, just to see. Turned out there had been a mining claim in that area 100 years ago. A tiny outfit, barely documented. They built shacks up there, even had a mill pond. No real records of what happened to them. Just vanished after a few seasons. Sometimes I wonder if someone stayed behind, or if their kids did, or their grandkids. People go off-grid all the time. They know how to live quiet, how to hide. Some of them are born out there. Never see a town. Never want to. Maybe one of them found me. Maybe they didn't like that I'd found them first. Either way, I learned my lesson. You don't spend too long in a place that's gone quiet. You don't camp where the trails are all forgotten. And you never ignore the feeling when the woods stop breathing. I started working as a seasonal park ranger in late April that year, just as the snow finished melting off the higher trails and the backcountry roads started to open again. The park was tucked up in the northwest corner of the country, thick with cedar and hemlock, with long, winding gravel roads that went on for miles without a turnoff. Most of the summer, I was based out of a small fire lookout tower that had been decommissioned for official use, but still served well as a backcountry post. It was quiet up there, isolated, but I liked it that way. The work was mostly hiking trail segments, clearing brush, reporting tree fall, checking permits, and keeping tabs on dispersed campers. There wasn't much action, just long, quiet days walking alone with my pack and notebook. If I saw 3 people in one day, that was a busy shift. By mid-June, the bare grass had started to bloom, and the high lakes were thawed out. I had made a habit of doing my rounds early, then spending a few hours at the lookout, logging my day, and scanning the horizon for smoke or anything unusual. The radio up there wasn't the best, but I could usually get a signal by leaning out the window with the antenna twisted just right. It was around the 3rd week of June when I started noticing strange things. Not huge things, just off. The first was a bag. I was checking a dead-end spur road that led to a trailhead seldom used by anyone but locals. I found a bright orange dry bag sitting right in the middle of the trail parking area. At first, I figured someone had left it by mistake. But when I opened it, it was empty. No name, no gear, nothing. Just bone-dry nylon. Weird, but not too strange. I moved it to the trail kiosk in case someone came back looking for it. 2 days later, I saw the same bag again, or one that looked just like it, further up a ridge trail about 6 miles in. That got my attention. There's no reason for someone to be carrying a dry bag all that way and just leave it by a tree. Again, it was empty. Over the next week, I saw 3 more. One on the side of Switchback, one by a stream crossing, and another deep in a marshy area no one ever hiked into. Same size, same color, all empty. I reported it in my daily log, figuring maybe it was some weird form of littering or a prank. My supervisor didn't comment on it. It was written off as odd, but not a priority. Things escalated not long after. I had a routine for clearing trail segments. I would hike in with a handsaw, flag tape, and a GPS tracker. Anything too big for me to move on my own, I marked and noted for a crew. On July 1st, I was walking a narrow trail that climbed up a ridge west of the fire tower. It was overgrown, little used, and slow going. As I moved deeper, I started to get this feeling. It's hard to describe. Like I wasn't alone. I've felt that before. Animals watching from the brush, the weight of silence pressing in on you. But this was different. It wasn't a sudden jolt of fear. It was more like a slow burn. The further I went, the heavier it got. About 2 miles in, I saw something ahead on the trail. It looked like a coat. Someone had draped a dark green canvas coat over a branch. I walked up to it and stopped. It wasn't just hanging there. It had been sliced down the back, clean through, and the sleeves were missing. The fabric was damp, but not rotting. No blood, no name tag, just a ruined coat. I left it where it was, logged the location, and backed out. The feeling followed me the whole way. When I got back to the tower, I tried to shake it off. Maybe someone ditched it. Maybe it had been there all winter and just survived the snow. Maybe. The next few days were normal. Quiet even. Then the fire reports started coming in. On July 5th, a call came over the radio about a small column of smoke spotted near the base of the ridge I had hiked days before. I was closest, so I headed down. By the time I reached the area, the smoke was gone. No fire ring, no burned patch, nothing. Just a ring of stones with cold ashes that looked weeks old. The lookout who'd called it swore he saw smoke, and I believe him. 2 days later, same thing. This time up north by the lake basin. Another ranger saw it. I hiked up. Nothing. Cold stones. No heat. No smell. No footprints. Like someone lit a fire, let it smoke just long enough to be seen, and then wiped it clean. By July 10th, the calls were coming in almost daily. Always the same pattern. 1 or 2 plumes reported from a distance, but when we got close, nothing. I started to feel like I was chasing ghosts. But there were no ghosts out there. Just thick trees, dirt, rocks, and that heavy silence that sometimes followed me like a shadow. Then came the trail cams. I had a dozen motion-activated trail cameras I rotated across remote areas to monitor wildlife and hiker traffic. They were well hidden, locked to trees, and logged with GPS coordinates. Around July 12th, I went to check the one furthest east, near a forgotten horse trail that had nearly vanished in an alder scrub. The camera was gone. Not vandalized. Gone. The lock was clean cut, the tree unmarked. No sign of struggle. No footprints. No broken branches. Just gone. I hiked to the next one. Same thing. Out of 12, I found only 3 still in place, and 2 of those had dead batteries. Brand new lithium packs that should have lasted another month. The third still had juice. I popped the SD card into my handheld viewer. The last video it captured was on July 7th, around 3:23 a.m. It showed trees, wind, then movement. A person stepped into frame from the right. No flashlight, no headlamp, just a figure in dark clothes, face hidden, moving fast. They walked straight up to the camera and stared into it. No expression, just stillness. Then the screen went black. The camera never turned off. That meant someone had covered the lens or wrapped it. I took the card and hiked out, cold sweat running down my back the whole way. I gave the footage to my supervisor. He told me to pull the rest of the cameras and keep my patrols tight and close. No more solo runs past dusk. The next 2 weeks blurred. I slept light. Every night, I woke up at least twice thinking I heard movement outside the tower. Once I found a stone placed dead center on the tower's bottom step. Not a loose rock. A flat, perfectly round stone that hadn't been there the day before. July 19th, I got a call at 2:14 a.m. from another ranger working down at the main station. He was monitoring fire watch logs and saw a report from a civilian. Hiker claimed to see a man standing in the brush watching campsites along the river bend. No approach, just standing. I was closest again. I grabbed my flashlight, put on my boots, and hiked a mile and a half down to the site. It was empty. Cold fire pit. Tent flattened. No people. No man in the woods. I did a 360 sweep. Nothing. But I found something I hadn't expected. Another dry bag. Same orange color. This one had something in it. A strip of cloth. Faded denim. Torn and frayed. It looked like it had been ripped off a pant leg. I took it back to the tower. That night, I didn't sleep. July 20th, I hiked a loop around the base of the tower hill, just scanning. About 3/4 of the way around, I found a second stone. Same size, same shape. This one was placed on a stump, centered and clean. A message, maybe, or just a coincidence. I kept moving, didn't report it, didn't want to sound paranoid. 2 days later, things broke wide open. It was a Monday, cloudy. I left the tower just after sunrise to check on a trail to the south that had been blocked by landslide debris earlier in the season. I had my pack, food, water, first aid, and a radio that barely held a signal past 3 miles. The hike took me 4 hours. On the way back, I took a different route, a faint game trail that curved past an old mining shack long since collapsed into moss and rot. I'd passed it a dozen times, but that day something caught my eye. Fresh boot prints in the dirt. Big ones. Not mine. And they were headed uphill, away from any trail, away from any known campsite. I followed them. I know I shouldn't have. We're told to call in anything like that. But the signal was too weak, and the prints were fresh. I hiked for nearly an hour, weaving through brush, across gullies, and over a creek. The prints stayed tight, straight, no signs of stopping. Then I found a clearing. At first, I didn't realize what I was looking at. It was just trees, sky, and an open patch of dirt surrounded by tall ferns. But in the center, someone had built a crude shelter. Logs, bark, branches stacked together. Not like a child's fort. This was deliberate. It was covered in camo netting, scraps of tarp, and branches that had been lashed together with strips of denim and rope. Around the edges were more stones, flat ones in a circle. Each one had something written on it in marker. Words like look, listen, hide, and run. Inside the shelter were bones. Not human, thank God. Deer, squirrel, rabbit. Cleaned and piled neatly. But still, it was clear someone had been living out here. I didn't go inside. I backed away, marked the GPS, and hiked back to the tower in silence, checking behind me every 20 steps. The shelter was too well hidden for a random camper. This was someone trying not to be found. I got the report to the I've been working as a seasonal backcountry ranger for about 5 years when I got sent out to this stretch of land that wasn't all that popular. It wasn't one of those postcard-type places, nothing flashy, nothing people put on hiking bucket lists. It was a long stretch of high desert terrain out in northern Nevada, just past the California line. Most of it was sagebrush, dry creek beds, and little mesas that broke the wind. The trails were barely maintained, and the backcountry campsites were more for hunters and drifters than tourists. It was the kind of place where even GPS got confused if you strayed too far. I got in the assignment because I'd worked in terrain like that before, dull dry, not many people around. My job was mostly checking water sources, logging trail conditions, and making sure nobody was squatting illegally. The BLM had gotten a few reports of old mining rigs getting used again, and sometimes poachers try to disappear out there. It wasn't exactly thrilling work, but I liked being away from everything. I usually drove out to the trailhead on Mondays, parked the truck behind a locked gate, and hiked about 10 miles in. There was a dry creek that cut through the hills, and I'd follow that, hitting a few old campsites along the way. Sometimes I'd run into elk hunters in the fall, and in the summer, I might find a tent or two left behind by folks chasing solitude. But usually it was just me, the wind, and whatever animals decided to cross my path. About halfway through my third week that season, I came across something strange near a bend in the creek. It was late afternoon, probably around 4, and the sun was sitting just above the ridge. I was walking the south side of the creek, trying to reach a known spring that sometimes dried up by August. I've been seeing fresh elk scat and tracks most of the day, but then I noticed something else, prints that didn't make sense. These weren't boot prints or hoof marks. They looked more like the pattern of an old tread, like from a wheelbarrow or maybe a bike tire, only they weren't in a straight line. They curved erratically and sometimes doubled back on themselves. The strangest part was how deep they were. The ground was firm, but these tracks sank down like someone had been dragging a serious amount of weight. I followed them for a bit, not thinking too hard about it first. There were plenty of reasons for weird tracks out there. Maybe someone dragged a deer out. Maybe they were hauling supplies in on a cart. But the longer I followed them, the more they didn't add up. The tracks dipped into the creek, then back out again, climbing up into the brush where it didn't make sense for someone hauling gear to go. They zigzagged around and didn't seem to lead anywhere. Eventually, I lost them in the rocks and I moved on. I made camp near the spring, logged its condition. It was still flowing weakly, and settled in for the night. But that evening, I kept thinking about those tracks. Something about the way they moved stuck in my mind. The next day, I hiked further east, toward an old fire lookout that hadn't been staffed in years. It was really just a concrete pad now. Everything else had burned down in a brush fire back in the early 2000s, but it offered a decent vantage point. I wanted to check it for signs of illegal camping. When I got there around midday, I found fresh trash, cans, plastic wrap, and a small, torn tarp partially buried under rocks. I bent down to move the tarp and found something underneath that stopped me cold. It was a dog collar, faded red, cracked, and half buried, but unmistakable. There was no name tag, but the size and condition suggested it hadn't been there long. I didn't see any tracks nearby. No boot prints, no palm marks, but I got this feeling like someone had left in a hurry. That night, I camped about half a mile downhill in a small draw out of the wind. It was quiet like always, but I didn't sleep well. Every sound seemed sharper. A twig cracking, a coyote yipping miles off. It all stuck in my head. I kept waking up, checking my surroundings with the red beam of my headlamp, and telling myself it was just nerves. On the hike out the next day, I passed a spot where the sagebrush had been flattened. It wasn't trampled, not like by a big animal. More like something had been dragged again. The brush was bent in one direction, and a few limbs had snapped. I crouched and looked closer. No boot prints again, but I found more of those weird tread marks. This time they seemed fresher, and they led upslope toward a rocky outcrop. I followed them about 100 yards before they vanished into harder ground. But at the base of the rocks, I found something else. It looked like a dugout depression, maybe 2 feet deep, covered roughly with sticks and brush. Inside were bones, not fresh, but not totally cleaned either. Small bones. At first I thought maybe rabbit or deer, but the shape of one of the jawbones made my stomach knot. It looked like a small dog. That was the point where I reported it. I took GPS coordinates, snapped a few pictures, and radioed into base once I got back to the truck. They told me to log it and keep patrolling as planned. If I saw anything else, I was to report again. So that's what I did. 2 days later, I headed into the western section of the unit. It was rockier, steeper, and even less trafficked. There were old mining roads that crisscrossed some of the slopes, but they were mostly washed out. I was climbing up a narrow draw when I saw what looked like an old tent caught between 2 junipers. It was shredded, flapping slightly in the breeze, half buried in debris. I went over to check it out. The tent was flattened on one side, like someone had collapsed it in a hurry or hadn't bothered to stake it down properly. Inside, there were food wrappers, a half-empty water jug, and what looked like an old army-style sleeping bag. Everything smelled like mildew and rodent piss. I checked the area for signs of a campfire or recent use. Nothing. But nearby, I found a pile of rocks that looked too neatly stacked to be natural. I pulled them apart slowly and found another depression. This one wasn't dug as deep, maybe a foot, but it had clothing inside. Folded, oddly enough. A flannel shirt, torn jeans, a boot with no laces. No bones, no blood, but again, it looked like someone had left in a hurry and tried to hide the evidence. There were no ID tags, no personal items that could help figure out who it belonged to. I marked it, logged it, took photos. When I radioed in this time, they told me they'd send someone out to follow up, but I shouldn't expect it soon. Staffing was thin, and unless I found human remains, it wasn't going to be high priority. That night, I didn't make camp. I hiked further than I planned and ended up bivvying out under a rock ledge. I just couldn't shake the feeling that someone was nearby, watching me. It was like the air changed. The wind died down completely after dusk, and everything went still. No bugs, no distant coyotes, nothing. Around midnight, I heard a sound that made my heart skip. It was a dragging noise. Not footsteps, not animals moving through brush. Just the long, steady drag, like something heavy being pulled across gravel. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. I sat up, scanning with my light. Nothing. Just rocks and darkness. The sound didn't come again, but I didn't sleep after that. At sunrise, I packed up and moved fast. I took the long loop around the ridge and dropped into another canyon to check an old corral that hadn't been used in decades. The wooden posts were rotting and the wire was mostly down, but I could tell someone had been there recently. The dirt inside the corral was disturbed, not from cattle or elk, more like someone pacing in circles or maybe practicing digging. And there was another pile of rocks in the far corner. I didn't even need to open it to know what I'd find. I spent the next few hours hiking out as fast as I could without twisting an ankle. I didn't care about the patrol route anymore. I just wanted out of there. When I got to the truck, I sat for a long time with the door locked, engine running, just breathing and trying to make sense of everything. The next week, they sent in a law enforcement ranger with a game warden. They spent 2 days in the area and confirmed most of what I saw, but said they didn't find anything that pointed to a specific crime. No bodies, no weapons, no fresh activity. Just trash, bones, old gear, and vague signs of someone living rough out there. Eventually, they closed the investigation due to lack of evidence. They told me it was probably a squatter or hermit with mental health issues who'd cleared out. Nothing to pursue, nothing to report beyond the usual. I don't buy that. The dragging sounds, the repeated burial sites, the careful stacking of rocks, and the folding of clothes. That wasn't someone just squatting. It felt like someone playing a game. Someone who wanted to be left alone, but still wanted to leave signs. Messages, maybe. Warnings. I never went back to that unit. I transferred the next season and haven't stepped foot near that range again. And I've worked in grizzly country, in swamps, on wildfire lines, and nothing ever gave me that deep, wrong feeling like those hills did. Sometimes I still look at the photos I took of the tracks, the bones, the old gear. I zoom in trying to spot something I missed. Some clue, some pattern. But all I ever see is what I saw back then. Someone moving through the land without being seen, leaving behind pieces of something I was never meant to understand. And that's the part that stays with me. Not the bones or the sounds, but the silence that came with it. Like the land itself was holding its breath. And maybe still is. I worked as a seasonal backcountry ranger in a pretty remote wilderness area in central Montana, up near the edge of the Absaroka Beartooth Wilderness. The place was quiet compared to Yellowstone or Glacier, and that's exactly why I liked it. Long weeks out alone, hiking between patrol cabins, checking permits, clearing trail, keeping an eye out for blowdown, monitoring the grizzlies from a distance. Most days were uneventful. Hard work, bugs, weather, the usual. The solitude got to some of the younger guys, but I found it calming. It let your thoughts stretch out. This happened to me back in late August a few years ago, toward the tail end of the season. The air had already started to shift, cooler mornings, the fireweed nearly gone to seed. I was based out of a patrol cabin near the headwaters of the Boulder River, about 20 miles in from the trailhead. You had to hike in with a pack or get dropped in by horseback. No cell service, no radios unless you brought a SAT phone. The nearest other cabin was 12 miles away, and no one else was supposed to be up there that week. I've been told I'd have that whole section of trail to myself. I've been up there 5 days when it happened. Everything had been normal until then. Saw a sign of some black bears, cleared a good-sized snag across the trail near Emerald Lake, checked a few campsites for trash. One guy had left a plastic food bag in a fire ring, and I burned it on the spot. Weather was holding clear, but there'd been a little haze blowing in from a fire down in Idaho. Just enough to make the sunsets blood orange. That fifth morning started like any other. Cold enough I could see my breath when I stepped out of the cabin. Made coffee over the little propane burner. Ate a handful of trail mix and a granola bar. My plan was to hike south along a connector trail that looped back down toward a section of meadows we called Red Basin. I've been told there were signs of some illegal hunting there earlier in the summer. Spent casings, boot prints off trail. Poachers sometimes work their way in from the southern forest boundary. It was out of my usual patrol zone, but I'd volunteer to check it. Just a long loop hike. I didn't expect anything weird. It was about 10 miles one way if I took the High Ridge Trail. I left the cabin around 7 a.m., packed light, just my day pack, a radio, which didn't work in most places up there anyway, bear spray, some jerky, map and compass, usual kit. I figured I'd be back by dusk. The first few hours were fine. The ridge trail was in decent shape, except for one spot where an old burn scar had thrown a bunch of erosion debris over the path. I stopped around 11 to filter water at a small stream that cut through a notch in the rock. That's when I first noticed something was off. There were boot prints near the bank, fresh ones. Not that unusual at first. Backpackers sometimes cut through, even if it's not permitted. But these prints didn't line up right. There were at least 2 sets. One looked like a regular Vibram sole, probably a Loa or a solo boot. The other was flat-soled, like cheap canvas shoes or some kind of moccasin. No tread at all, just a smooth impression. That didn't make a whole lot of sense up here. The rocks are sharp, uneven. No one hikes in flats, especially not that far from a road. I looked around a bit, but didn't see anyone. No taints, no give, no noisy. I figured maybe someone passed through early and left. By 1:30, I made it down into Red Basin. The place was beautiful that time of year. Gold grass, thin stands of larch, and those weird basalt formations that looked like broken columns stacked at odd angles. I walked the length of the meadow, looking for trash or signs of camp. Found nothing. But the whole time, I had this feeling that I wasn't alone. Not fear exactly, but that vague pressure you get between your shoulder blades when someone's looking at you. I kept checking behind me, scanning the tree line, even listening for breathing, but there was nothing. Then I saw something strange about a quarter mile ahead. A tarp, light blue, maybe 6 by 8 feet, stretched between two trees just off the trail. No tent, no pack, no sign of anyone. Just a tarp. It was tight, no sag. Looked recent. I approached slowly. No reason to assume anything, but I kept the bear spray in hand just in case. The tarp was clean. No stunts, no smid. Just hanging there, tied off well, too. Whoever did it knew their knots. But under the tarp was nothing. No sleeping bag. No food. No dry bags. Just dirt, pine needles, and one object, a bone. It looked like a femur. Not human. Deer, probably. Weathered with a few chew marks. Still, something about the scene unsettled me. Why go to the trouble of setting up a tarp with no gear? Why leave a single bone beneath it? I backed away and logged it in my field notes. Took a GPS point and snapped a picture with the small digital camera I carried. The policy was to pack out anything suspicious, but something about that bone. I left it. Not sure why. Just didn't feel right. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of something in the trees, maybe 40 yards uphill. Just a flash, gray or tan, moving fast. I froze, watched, but didn't see it again. Could have been an elk or a bear, though it didn't move like either. Too upright. Almost silent. I hiked out fast. Took a different route back. A fire access track that wrapped around the ridge. It added miles, but I didn't want to pass that tarp again. I didn't even eat until I was back at the cabin around 6:45 p.m., legs aching, feet blistered, light fading fast. I locked the door behind me, even though I almost never did. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every time I drifted off, I thought I heard something outside. Not animals. Human sounds. Soft footfalls. Breathing. A rope creaking, like weight shifting on a branch. But when I looked, there was nothing. I kept my flashlight on the whole night, beam fixed on the door. The next day, I decided to pack out early. I hadn't planned to head down until Saturday, but something told me not to wait. I radioed into the district office, logged my early exit, and left a note for the next ranger. Just a bad feeling. Didn't mention the tarp or the prints in detail. I figured I'd log all that back at the station. The hideout was quiet. Too quiet. Even the birds seemed to stay hidden. I didn't see any sign of that tarp again. When I passed that section of trail, it was gone. Just 2 strips of frayed paracord still tied to the trees where it had been. No trace of the bone. That part made my stomach drop. Back at the trailhead, I ran into one of the older rangers, Phil, who was coming up with the packed train. He asked why I was back early, and I just said I had some odd signs out there, probably worth checking on. I didn't feel like trying to explain, but I gave him the GPS point for the tarp and asked him to look if he had time. I drove back to the station, filled out a full report, handed over the camera, uploaded the GPS data. Nobody followed up with me for a few days, and I figured it had blown over. But then I got a call from Phil. He said he went to the spot I marked. Found the paracord. Nothing else. No tarp. No boot prints. No bonnet. But he said something that stuck with me. There were fresh scrape marks on a nearby tree. Thin horizontal gouges, too deep for deer. Not claw marks either. Almost like someone had been dragging something sharp along the bark. Maybe a blade. Phil asked if I'd seen anyone. I said no. He didn't say anything after that. Just hung up after a long silence. Weeks passed. Season ended. I went back to Bozeman for the winter. But I couldn't stop thinking about that tarp. The quiet. The way that flat-soled print didn't belong. I've been working in wilderness areas for years. I've seen messed up stuff, old moonshine stills, weird hunting blinds made of bones, even a human skull once in Arizona that turned out to be from the 1940s. But this was different. I don't know who was out there. I don't think they were just camping illegally. I think they were watching. Maybe passing through. Maybe something worse. There are people who live out there, off the grid, completely invisible. I used to think that was just stories, but not anymore. The next season, I requested a different zone. I stayed in the north section, closer to the lakes. Never went near Red Basin again. Nobody else ever mentioned anything strange. But that spot never left me. Every so often I'd get a chill at night, And think about that tarp, tight as a drum, with nothing underneath it but a chewed up bone and the weight of silence hanging all around me. And now, years later, I still lock the door every time I stay at a patrol cabin. I never used to, but after that trip, I started listening harder at night. Because in places like that, way out there where the trails fade and the air sits heavy, you're not always alone, even when you should be. I took the position at the small state park in Central Oregon because I needed the quiet. After 6 years of working in the bigger national parks, getting tossed between shifts, spending nights in staff trailers with busted heaters, and always hearing someone radio for backup or medical or worse, I just needed a reset. The park wasn't even on most tourists' radar. Just under 8,000 acres, mostly forested with a few narrow trails, a forgotten fire lookout on one of the ridges, and a handful of dispersed camping sites along a slow-moving stretch of river that barely even showed up on local maps. It was the kind of place where nothing ever happened, which is what I told myself when I signed the contract. I lived in a small cabin the Park Service built back in the 70s, halfway up a hill and just barely reachable by truck if you didn't mind scraping your undercarriage on old roots and washed-out ruts. It had water from a spring line and a propane hookup that powered the heater and the fridge, though both were temperamental. I spent my mornings hiking trails to clear windfall, checking on pit toilets, replacing faded signage, and writing wildlife observations into a logbook no one but me seemed to read. Most evenings, I sat on the porch and listened to nothing. It was mid-October when I noticed something was off. Not spooky, just off. The trees were quiet in a way I wasn't used to. Usually, the wind rattles through them this time of year, and animals are more active preparing for winter. But the forest was still. On the 12th, I hiked the North Trail loop and didn't see a single deer or even a squirrel. I found scat, older stuff, but nothing fresh. The forest just felt hollow. That night, I sat on my porch with a thermos of coffee, watching a sliver of moon move between the trees, and I realized I hadn't heard birds all day. Not one call. Not even the stupid loud Stellar's jays that never shut up. It bugged me enough that I jotted it down in the margin of my trail notes. I even added the time. 7:42 p.m. A couple days later, I went out to check the river campsites. There were 3 along a 5-mile stretch. Nothing formal, just flat ground cleared years ago and marked by fire rings. They weren't used often. I took the service road halfway, then walked the rest since the old footbridge near the river had finally given up and collapsed. At Site 2, I saw boot prints. Nothing alarming, just a sign someone had been there. Size 11 maybe, flat sole with a waffle tread. They led from the trail to the fire ring and then back out. I didn't think anything of it until I got to Site 3 and saw them again. Same size, same tread. This time they looped the site, circled the trees, and stopped at the river. No sign of a tent or fire. It had rained 2 nights before, so the impressions were still fairly crisp, not washed out. That meant the person had been there recently. That night, I tried to relax, but the wind had picked up and the noise in the trees sounded more like movement than weather. I don't mean footsteps or voices, nothing obvious like that. It was more like something unsettled was in the woods, pacing just past the tree line where you couldn't see it clearly. I turned on the floodlight attached to the cabin and walked a slow loop around the building, shotgun in hand. Not because I thought there was a threat, but because it had become a habit. It's what you do when you're alone that long and something starts to feel wrong. I didn't find anything, but the feeling stayed. The next morning, I drove down to check the supply shed near the maintenance yard, and the side door was open. I hadn't been there in 2 weeks. It's a metal prefab building with a padlock, and the lock was still in place, but the door had been pried open, the latch bent up and out. I looked inside. Nothing seemed to be missing at first glance. A few stacked fuel cans, trail markers, bare boxes, hand tools. I took an inventory just to be sure, and that's when I noticed the trail camera was gone. We only had 2 in the park, and I'd placed this one near the lower crossing trail to keep an eye on wildlife movements. Someone had taken a battery pack and SD card, too. The odd part was that they'd carefully taken the time to unbolt the mount from the tree rather than just rip it off. That told me whoever did it wasn't in a hurry. They were precise, intentional. I spent the next 3 days retracing the lower trail loops, looking for signs of camps or trash. Nothing, not even a gum wrapper. Whoever was out, there was either gone, or they were careful enough to make me think they were. And the prints? I stopped finding those too. The park didn't have the resources for more rangers, and radio coverage was spotty at best. There was no real backup. Just a check-in call I made to the district office once a week and a satellite phone I kept in my pack for emergencies. By the 20th, the animal silence was total. No tracks, no fresh scat, nothing on my wildlife logs but old data. That was the same day I decided to hike up to the fire lookout. The place had been decommissioned years ago, and the access trail was so overgrown it was basically a bushwhack. The tower itself sat on a bald rise near the edge of a cliff and overlooked a few dozen miles of dense pine and cedar. It creaked in the wind like a ship. Inside was just a cot, a desk, a rusted radio, and the remains of a bird nest someone had pulled out of the ceiling. I opened the shutters and scanned the valley with my binoculars. After a minute, I spotted a reflection, just a flicker, maybe a mile down the slope. It was too small for a cabin window and too steady for a creek. I thought maybe it was a bit of foil or metal, something stuck on a branch. But then it moved. Not fast, just a shift in position, like someone adjusting something shiny. I kept watching, but it never reappeared. Eventually, the light dropped low, and I had to hike back before I lost daylight. That night, I marked the spot on a map, roughly southeast of the lookout, tucked in a narrow valley with no formal trails. The next day, I went looking for it. It took half the morning just to make it partway down the ridge. The slope was thick with underbrush, loose rock, and deadfall. Around noon, I found a clearing that had a strange feel to it. Not eerie, just wrong. No birds, no insect buzz, just stillness. At the far end was a cluster of boulders and a kind of natural rock alcove, like something you'd expect cougars to shelter in. I saw nothing. I walked closer. Then I found the trash. Not much, just a rusted canteen, an old camp stove with a cracked fuel line, and a jacket that had half rotted into the soil. None of it looked recent. I took pictures, bagged the stove, and marked it for later. It didn't explain the reflection I saw, but it was something. As I turned to head back up the ridge, I heard the first sound in 2 days, a distant thump like something solid falling hard into the ground. It came from behind me, deeper in the trees. I froze, waited, then moved slow. Whatever it was didn't make another sound. I climbed about 50 feet, then stopped and looked back. I don't know what I expected, but there was nothing. I stayed still for a full minute. Nothing moved. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the cabin sounded deliberate, like something walking the porch, shifting its weight. I stayed awake until the sun cracked the sky. The final day it all came together was October 23rd. I woke up late, exhausted, and almost didn't do my patrol. But something about that clearing nagged at me. I geared up and went back, cutting a straighter path this time. Just before noon, I reached it again, and this time I saw what I missed before. Just above the alcove, carved into the bark of a cedar, were marks. Not scratches, cuts. Straight vertical cuts, all the same depth, about shoulder height, spaced evenly. There were 5 of them. Above those were 2 more, but horizontal. It was a symbol of some kind. Not language, just marking. I walked back from the tree, scanning the area again. Then I saw the disturbed dirt. Not recent digging, but old ground that had been turned once and settled again. My stomach dropped. I didn't have gear for excavation, but I made a note. That night, I filed my first official report of suspicious human activity in the park. Flagged it for follow-up. I didn't go back for 3 days. While I did, I brought gloves, a folding shovel, and the satellite phone. I cleared away the surface layer, moss, pine needles, topsoil, and hit packed earth below. About 4 inches down, I found a zipper. It was a backpack, buried. Inside was a trail map, a first aid kit, and a broken camera. The SD card was still inside. I bagged the whole thing and took it back with me. That night, I connected the card to my laptop. There were 67 photos. Most were standard trail shots, trees, rocks, bad selfies. But the last 5 were different. They were darker, blurry. One showed what looked like a sleeping bag laid out in the same alcove. Another showed a figure. Not close up, just a shadow of a man standing in the tree line behind the camp, half hidden. The last image was completely black, except for the reflection of two small metallic circles, side by side, caught in the flash. I submitted everything to the office. The park stayed open, but I knew I wasn't staying. I finished my contract in silence. No more prints, no more thumps. But I stopped walking the woods alone. Months later, I heard they matched the backpack to a missing hiker from 2 years earlier. No foul play determined. No follow-up investigation. But here's the part that sticks with me. That fire lookout tower, the one I used to... I've been working as a ranger for a while now, mostly in backcountry areas where people don't usually go unless they're serious about getting away from things. This one stretch of forest, deep in the central Sierra Nevada, has never gotten much traffic. It's not marked on the maps we give out to tourists. There's no lookout tower there, no campgrounds, no name even. It's just a forgotten pocket tucked between two drainages, the kind of place only hunters or maybe old-timers know about. That's where this happened. It was mid-October, and we'd gotten a string of unseasonably dry, clear days. The kind of weather that's dangerous because it makes people think summer's still hanging on, even when the ground's cracked and dry and the wind cuts right through you. I was out there doing routine fire risk assessments, checking fuel loads, brush density, signs of illegal campfires. We were under a strict burn ban at the time. It had been a dry year. Everything was primed to go up. I'd hiked in from the south, using an old trail that had all but disappeared under pine duff and dead branches. A few blazes were still visible on trees, faded but enough to guide me. I had my usual setup: a heavy-duty pack, water bladder, bear spray, a GPS, topo map, and a radio that only worked in high points. I carried a sidearm too, not because I expected trouble, but because I'd seen enough out there to know it's better to have it and not need it. I set up camp on a flat spot by a seasonal creek that had dried to a trickle. There was enough old sign of wildlife to let me know it was still a corridor, scat, tracks, some antler rubs on the younger pines. I boiled water, made instant rice and beans, and watched the stars come out. Quiet night. Cold. I slept light like I always do. The next morning, I packed light and hiked north toward a ridge where I wanted to get a better view of the drainage. From up there, I could get a read on any problem areas. Maybe spot old burn scars or illegal tree cutting. About halfway up, I found something weird. There was a camp. Not a hunter's camp or backpacker's site. This thing had been there a long time, years maybe. There was a rusted out frame of a tent, sagging under its own weight, and two ancient Coleman cans, long since emptied and punctured. Nearby, I found a fire ring with charred tin cans and melted plastic. Whoever made it hadn't been careful. There were bones too, animal, probably deer, long picked clean. What bothered me was that it looked like someone had tried to build a sort of windbreak or barrier from branches and bark. Not a shelter, not really. Just this makeshift fence in a half circle around the tent. I took photos, logged the site, and moved on. Didn't think much of it. I've seen stranger things. By mid-afternoon, I hit the ridge and spent about an hour sketching rough firebreak zones and marking areas with high brush density. I was sweating despite the chill. Up there, I got some radio signal and gave a check-in. No reply, which wasn't unusual. Sometimes the trees interfered. I rested a bit, drank some water, then started heading down toward a different part of the drainage. I figured I'd make a loop and end up back at camp before dark. That's when I started getting the feeling. There's no better way to put it. The feeling. I've had it before when I tracked a mountain lion by accident, when I walked up on a meth lab tucked in a culvert, when a bear stalked me for half a mile before it peeled off. It's not something you hear or see. It's something your gut picks up on before your brain does. Like your body knows something's off. I stopped walking and just stood there listening. Nothing. Not a single bird. No squiddies. No wind in the branches. Dead quiet. The kind of quiet that only happens in bad moments. That thick, pressurized stillness that sets your teeth on edge. I slowly backed up a few steps and knelt behind a log. Waited, scanned the tree lean. Then I smelled it. Oat. Not animal rot either. I know the difference. This was sharp, almost chemical. Like meat mixed with oil or plastic. I couldn't place it, and that bothered me more than anything. My brain kept trying to sort it into categories: dead animal, maybe buried waste, old garbage. But it didn't fit. I moved slow and silent toward the smell, maybe 50 yards downhill. That's where I found the tree. It was a sugar pine, about 60 feet tall, still alive but stripped halfway up the trunk. Its bark had been peeled off in patches, not scraped like a bear would, but cleanly removed with something sharp. Underneath, someone had carved deep gouges, symbols maybe or letters, but not from any alphabet I recognized. They weren't neat either. Jagged, uneven, done fast. There were dark stains running down the exposed wood, almost black, crusted over. At the base, there were remains. Not human. A deer, I think. Long dead, mostly bone. But parts of it were wedged into the roots in this weird way, like someone had arranged them. The ribs were standing upright in a ring, and the skull had been cracked and left on top. What really got me was the strip of fabric nailed to the tree just above it, faded camo. Military style, like from an old BDU jacket. I backed off and took a wide loop around, marked the coordinates, made a note to report it. By the time I got back to camp, it was almost dark. My stomach was tight, and I kept looking over my shoulder. I made a fire, but small. Didn't want light bleeding too far. I ate without really tasting anything, double-checked my pack, and laid out my bag with my boots on. I didn't sleep much. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard movement. It was distant at first, up the ridge. I figured it might be a deer. Elk maybe, though they weren't common here. The steps weren't steady. Stop-start. Something heavy. No snuffling or huffing like a bear. It stopped a few times. Each time it stopped, the forest stayed dead silent. Eventually it came closer. I killed the fire, sat up with my hand on the bear spray, and waited. I don't know how long. I never saw anything. Just those steps. Then nothing. Silence. By dawn it was gone. No tracks around camp. No broken branches. Nothing disturbed. I should have hiked out then, but I didn't. I kept thinking I was overreacting. Just a deer. Or maybe I'd spooked myself. Happens sometimes when you're out alone too long. So I stayed one more day. That next morning, I moved east toward an old cut line we used to use for fuel breaks. It hadn't been maintained in years. I figured it'd be overgrown, and it was waist-high with ceanothus and poison oak. Took forever to move through. Around midday, I stopped for water and noticed something new. Footprints. Fresh ones. Not boot prints, bare feet. Adult size. Narrow, with long toes. The dirt was soft from a nearby seep, and the prints were clear. 4 or 5 of them, headed up into the rocks. No other sign. No pack, no trail, no garbage. Just those prints alone. That was enough for me. I turned around, hiked back to camp, packed everything, and started out the way I came. I moved fast. The forest didn't feel right anymore. I got back to my truck around sunset. No new messages on the radio. I drove straight to the ranger station. Didn't stop until I was parked under the lights. It was the only time in my career I didn't file a field report that night. I went straight home and didn't sleep. A week later, I went back with 2 other rangers. We tried to find the strip tree. Couldn't. We found the old camp I'd seen, logged it, but the fire ring was scattered and the tent frame was gone. Just gone. I showed them where the bare footprints had been. The seep was still there, but the ground had dried. No prints. No trace. They said it was probably some off-gridder, maybe with mental health issues. Happens sometimes. People snap, head into the woods, make weird camps. It's not our job to track them down unless they're breaking laws or hurting wildlife. So we moved on. I still think about it sometimes. The quiet, the smell, the tree, the bones arranged just so. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters, but I believe in people. And I believe people are capable of things we don't always want to admit. Someone was out there. Someone who didn't want to be found. Someone who knew how to disappear when they needed to. And whatever they were doing, it wasn't normal. It wasn't right, but it was real. And I've never gone back to that pocket of forest since. I don't plan to. I still do this job. I still patrol remote places. I still sleep under the stars. But I trust my gut more now. And when the forest goes quiet, I listen.